I'm Shay Russell from mining.com.au, and joining me today is Mike Garbutt, the CEO of Clean Air Metals. Mike, it's great to see you. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
I'm thrilled to have you on today because we're going to talk about platinum group metals, and I do not get to have this conversation with enough people, more commonly known as PGMs. Now, Mike, you have got an exploration project out in Thunder Bay where your company is exploring for PGMs, and you recently just put out some very exciting drill results. Can you talk me through some of those key numbers?
Yeah, so our drill program is at our Thunder Bay North asset. It's a 14 million ton platinum palladium deposit with also good amounts of copper and nickel. So this program is looking to pull together the continuity and increase the continuity and size of some of these high grade pods in the upper current. So the drill program, the first two holes, we've recently released the drill results. And the two holes, spectacular results. We couldn't be happier. The first hole intersected about 51 meters of mineralization grading just under 5 grams per ton platinum, 4.66 grams per ton palladium, 1.07% copper, and about 0.5% nickel. And the second hole was about 31 meters, generally the same grades, 4.2 platinum, 4.04 palladium, and almost a percent copper.
What's up, JM?
0.56 nickel.
What's up, William?
It really shows.
Yeah, I figured I'd show this again for the people who haven't seen it the first time to encourage people
not only because of the grades,
to
but those widths,
invest
very
in
mineable widths,
platinum as soon
and
as
we
possible.
see those. We're hoping the rest of the program is successful. But what this is going to lead us is to putting together
that is not financial advice. That's just a strong suggestion.
We have to actually look at other high-grade portions of the deposit.
Oh yeah, I've been doing a lot of shows here recently on micro nuclear reactors and small modular nuclear reactors,
very close to surface, and certainly
nuclear rocket engines. Actually,
those
I've been doing a lot of stuff
would
on
improve
nuclear.
the economics of this project.
It's lovely to see such high grades at shallow depths. But what I want to know is, how does this feed into your knowledge of the project already?
Yeah, so as we had a resource that was put out in the middle of last year, like I said, a 14 million resource, and actually will be an operation someday. But we had some gaps in some of this high margin material, and I think filling in these gaps, trying to tie together some of these high grades will actually feed into a future PEA, which we want to look at a lower tonnage, high grade, high margin, low capital option, even look at opportunities to toll mill this material. And that model we can apply to our other deposit, the Escape deposit, which is about 2.5 kilometers away.
Not sure, but definitely for small towns.
There's the same type of opportunities there, and that could only strengthen our business case for the property.
Now, this is going to seem a little unfair, given you've put out very impressive grades just recently, but you've got to follow this up. What comes next? What sort of news flow can investors expect to see over the coming months?
So with this program, we drilled about 10 holes, all about 150 to 200 meters. So we're still waiting on assays from the last 8 holes. As we said in the press release, we did intersect mineralization in each of them, but I can't speculate what grades we're going to get back from the assays. So we'll get those results back. We're going to look at them holistically, develop our exploration template for the other high grade pods we do have, put together another drill program that could occur sometime over the winter. We haven't really talked about that yet. And beyond that, we certainly look to de-risk the project further. We've done a lot of metallurgical work and mine design work. But what I think the right thing to do for us is put together an advanced exploration program, potentially a bulk sample, get that bulk sample toll milled. So we got a really understanding of what we can pull out in a toll milling situation. And then go from there. It's not a complicated site. A simple ramp access, not a lot of infrastructure, and so I think we can move rather quickly from a PEA and beyond.
You can move rather quickly. That's nice to know. You can move rather quickly, and it's going to be a simple extraction. easy mine access. Well, I have no problem with that. Oh, by the way, that's the largest platinum vein on the planet, located in Thunder Bay, Canada. And that's only 2 of 10 drill test results. So it can only stay the same or get better. The news can't get any worse. They're moving forward with the mining of it. What else was I going to talk about? Oh, yeah, nuclear. A lot of platinum going to be used for the future rocket nuclear engines that are going to be taking the heat and transferring the heat over to like probably a hydrogen fuel or something like that, and they're going to need platinum for that. I did a video a day, or might have been today, might have been yesterday, on the rocket engine that they're working on now. About 2-3 months ago, I did a report on Russia doing a nuclear powered rocket engine test, 4 of them, 3 of them which blew up. 4th one they actually was successful. So we got that going for us. Noonan micro nuclear reactor company is now listed on the Russell 3000 index. I mean, these things are coming up, guys. I mean, you can invest in them right now, or wait until they're, $500 a share and then invested them and say, damn, I wish I'd have bought them when the BTC was 18. It's basically what I'm telling you. Yes, William. Musk definitely wants to. He wants to be Captain Kirk. he wants to hook up with the other creatures out there of intelligence and do a Starfleet. For which I must say I've already invested a little bit in. I saw that coming a long time ago when Trump created the Space Force. I invested in a physical investment in the Space Force. It might be another dimension, might be another parallel reality. It could be a more advanced. Now, these are things you don't think about. Okay, if Big Bang happened the way they say it is, most likely the life forms to be more advanced than us would be further away from the Big Bang than us. And there's actually fewer of those. Hey, what's up, Tom? There's actually fewer of those. So if we were to have interaction with a life form in a section of the Big Bang that was younger, like they say we're like 14.5 billion away or something like that. If say at 12 billion there's a civilization, what you got to look at is the mineralization compounds and stuff like that from that part of the Big Bang to 2.5 billion years after the Big Bang, further back away from the Big Bang as us. So they have different chemicals, different compounds and stuff. So they could theoretically have some sort of an ease of space travel due to the convenience of elements that they have easily accessible that we don't have, but not have the knowledge that we have from the age and experience of 14.5 billion years old. That's a theory. It's not, I don't know if it's, none of us know if it's real or not, but that's a theory. And there's more theories than that out there. You have alternate time, space. You have, I was going to do a report on Elon Musk working on a warp engine drive system, but I decided to wait on that one because that's really, it's going to get hard. It's going to be hard for people to believe. I mean, it's true, but it's going to be hard for people to believe. So I decided not to do that one. You have hey, what's up, Nickel? You have interdimensional, and there's lots of different possibilities. You could, like I said, you could have a parallel time stream shift or something where they can just shift over from a parallel time stream. Supposedly there's like an infinite number of time streams out there. There's also, if you believe that, there's an infinite number of dimensions, because each time stream would have 12 dimensions. So the infinite number of time streams, there's 12 times that much infinite number of dimensions. And then you can also go smaller, which is quantum, which they're exploring heavily right now. And wow, that gets crazy. Ooh, well, yeah. I wasn't made to understand that as well as in other things that I understand. I'll say that. Well, see, William, that's a good question, because actually that I know of, the most recent discovery of gravity isn't that it's from a spinning orb in the middle of the space far from the sun. There's a theory that it's a wavelength, that gravity is a wavelength that travels throughout time and space. So if that is true, then the possibilities of us using like a skipping stone on the water type thing, using gravity as like a maglev train, we could go faster than light if we can figure out the physics of actuality of gravity and whether it comes initiated from the core of the earth and the spinning and sun, all this spinning, or if it's initiated from a wavelength, and the reaction of that wavelength is what happens to our gravity on our earth. See, so we could have our math wrong, maybe. And that's the newest theory on gravity. And boy, is it a good one. But man, woo, it's you got to be open-minded. But you have to, because but if the math is there, the math is there. Math don't lie. Science is theoretical until proven right or wrong. Math, it's math. Always has been. That's why they're looking at communicating with feasible other species other than human with either light, but using mathematical algorithms with that light, but it's still based on math. I think Carl Sagan's on the Voyager put out mathematical algorithms to communicate with anyone who gets that golden disc. He didn't use anything other than that. So it's mathematical stuff, because supposedly math is universal, galactic. It's all everywhere. It's all the same. You know, hey, what's up, Silver? There is also a theory out there, William, that we have the power in our minds to be able to shift our realities if we can open up that part of our mind. Because supposedly, max I've ever heard us using of our gray matter between our ears is 12%. That's the max I've heard from different studies. So if we can do what we're doing with only 12%, imagine what we could do with 100% on this third dimension. You know, it's so, well, there's a lot of things to overcome inside our own minds to open up those possibilities. Yeah, he did. Well, his wish came true. He's being eaten by beetles right now. And worms. That would be true, JM. This is where they discovered about atmospheres. And every 10 foot is basically an atmosphere. We have different wind pressures and speeds. And they actually clocked in the 1950s, one of our newer, at the time, 50s jet airplanes, going 500 plus miles an hour backwards at full thrust, because the wind speed at the level they were at, they hit was like a 1,200 mile an hour wind speed. So it is very, very feasible that we are spinning that fast. But to get the winds that would keep you, from what you said, you'd have to hit the right, like wind shear or wind gust that travels around the world. And they have recently mapped those wind gusts and stuff out, and they're all based off of water temperature. And there's actually a science based off of the 11-year solar cycle, which started in 1755, about 100 years ago. It's an ongoing working science based off of the solar cycles of temperature differentials of the air and water, and the differences in weather patterns caused by that. But that's an ongoing study, and as you can tell by the simple explanation I give, it's a complex study. But that's why another reason why we're having such weird, other than HAARP and all these other theories that are out there, another reason why we're having such weird weather patterns right now. We are at the very height of a very, very bad 11-year solar cycle system, and we are getting hit with solar flares unlike we have ever been hit with on this planet. And that tends to change weather patterns. That's why they came up with science off of the 11-year solar cycle. They came up with about 100 years ago to study the effects of the solar cycles on weather patterns and temperature of the atmosphere and the ocean. Wow, that was a lot to say. Sorry, I hadn't quite got my tea ready for this evening's stream. I had to go get some milk. What's up, girl? All right, so that's that for solar cycles, wind patterns, and oh no, well, what we could do is we can go into I did a report about 4 days ago about the Sahara and all the minerals and stuff that are underneath all that sand. And of course, we know the rains, freak rains they just had in the eastern central Sahara has mysteriously caused a whole bunch of new lakes to show up in the Sahara Desert. And just to the west of that, they discovered in Libya, southern part of Libya, they discovered the largest freshwater aquifer in the Sahara. So, hey, what's up, John T3? So there's a lot of things going on right now in the Sahara that'll also affect weather patterns. Because if you understand hurricanes and the start of hurricanes, weather from the Sahara and Western Africa affects hurricanes. Because if the winds are real bad in the Sahara, it throws up a fine dust particles getting in the upper atmosphere and don't allow enough heating to sun rays to go through to heat the ocean to cause the hurricanes in the Atlantic moving normal direction to America. And that was happening because I did a report on it about a month ago. And then these freak ass rains came around and kind of put water on sand, and you no longer get dust and heavy winds. So that allowed for hurricane formation again. But because of the solar things hitting us at the same time, now apparently the hurricanes are starting like right off the shores of Mexico or something, and then coming from west to east, which is kind of bizarre. And that's why I tell people who have the ability and a metal detector to go down to the west coast of Florida, because after typical hurricane directions that start in the Pacific or the Atlantic and move through the Caribbean and the Bahamas and then go South Florida and then come up and usually hit Texas or Louisiana or the Panhandle. After those hurricanes, you usually find Spanish doubloons on those white sandy beaches, because in Pensacola, Florida, when I grew up, we used to make a habit of going out there after hurricane because, well, you could also find packets of cocaine sometimes, depending. We found them before. Trust me, it's true. Quiet. So because the hurricanes came from a different direction, and the reason why those doubloons blew up or got washed up on shore is because the tidal surge moved the sand and pushed the sand. So if the hurricane started in the Gulf of Mexico and went west, instead of coming from south going north, the treasures that were being pushed up on the beaches of the Panhandle and of America and the northern Panhandle in the Gulf of Mexico should be north of Tampa right now. Hey, what's up, C4? So anyone in that area who might want to go metal detecting on the beaches, there's a good chance that you will find some sort of artifacts, if not some gold and silver of the 17th and 1800 Spanish galleons that sank because of same hurricane activity back in 1700s, 1600s, 1500s. So let me catch up with chat here. Square groupers. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. You're from the Panhandle. Yeah. You've been around. C4. No, they do not. There's cats outside, and I've been jumping up on the windowsill to say hello to my cats, but because they're outside, they have freedom of movement, and my cats have to stay inside. So when the other cats move out of sight, they get upset, start meowing, and call them back. Yeah, exactly, Tom. Bingo. And actually, for Gerald, if you guys want to do some more research along the west coast, east coast of Florida, central Florida, is about a 34-mile stretch known as the Treasure Coast. There is a company called SFRX that for the past 25 years has been perfecting underwater treasure reclamation without environmental damage, meaning they can go into an existing reef that grew up over a couple $1 billion worth of sunken Spanish or French or English treasure ships, and they can go in specifically drill like a 4 to 6 inch hole, extract all the treasures without destroying the reef system. And the reason why after the Andalusia or something was found by that guy Fisher, they used dynamite, destroyed a lot of ecological damage in getting parts of that treasure out. So every freaking country along the Gulf Coast said no treasure hunting. So if this company SFRX, when this company SFRX gets perfected their technology, all the countries that have stated no treasure hunting or recovery off of our shores, they will allow this company in because they will be able to extract that treasure without damaging the ecosystem and the natural reef system that grew around it, therefore benefiting not only the treasure finders, but the country who gets a percentage of it without the destruction of their ecosystem. So that company right there has got 17 treasure sites on the west coast in the treasure along the Treasure Coast that they're working on getting treasures out of currently, but their stock's only like a third of a penny. But they've been around for 25 years, so they've been working with federal and state regulators for the past 15 years. So the government's not allowing them to fail. Yes, he did, Tom. No, robots won't be allowed down there. There's just only one special kind that will be, because again, they're not going to allow environmental damage to the reef system. And that's where SFRX is working and has been working on the technology and is within a year of perfecting that technology, which means their stock's going to go from a third of a penny back up to about $8, which is a hell of a profit margin. Because when they first came out on the public market, their stock trading price was $8.60. Now it's 1/3 of a penny. Actually, it's been that way for about 23 years. Technically, legally, every other way you look at it, if you ever went to college or know anyone who went to college for business school, they'll tell you a company like that should be out of business. That's what I thought too. That's why I did more research, and I found out they're working hand in hand with the state and federal government regulators for treasure finding and ecosystem preservation. And I was like, holy shit, the government's funding these guys, keeping them afloat. And then if you watch the stock price 2 to 3 times a year, it jumps from 0.3 or 1/3 of a penny to like a penny and a half. And it's like clockwork. So yeah, you need to check into that and do your due diligence. This is not financial advice. This is just stuff I discovered when throughout my research, along with Clean Air Metals, 6-cent stock. Oh my God, they've got the largest platinum deposit vein on the planet in their control, and they've got the rights to dig and mine it, and they're starting. Hello, that stock's going to jump. That's not financial advice. That's just common freaking sense. I mean, you look at Impala Mines, the second largest platinum miner in the world. Their stock and their heyday was over $45-50 a share when they were pulling out tons or a lot of platinum. So if you look at Clean Air Metals, when they're pulling out more platinum than Impala ever did, well, their stock price should match that. And right now you can get it for 6 cents, and they will be there within 2 to 3 years. So, it's not a crypto exchange, but it's damn sure a decent possible profit margin if you're, if you do your due diligence, look into it, and figure the same thing that I figured. It's a retirement package, retirement investment. And then hell, they might even start paying dividends if you get enough at 6 cents and it goes up like 10, 12 bucks. They might start paying dividends. You got 10,000 shares. Shit, you can retire off the dividends if you're content in that kind of money or that kind of change in your life or the world, whatever. Anyone want to come up on panel? I'm getting tired of talking about myself. Got it pinned to the top. Y'all's calls. Or let's see, most says robots will be for sale eventually. Yes, William, I'm actually counting on that because there's this catamaran business I want to start, and I want to have a lot of robots in a certain phase of that business for quality control, for safety of the product that I'm going to be using. I want them to be 100% in control of product and quality control of one area of the development of the product that I'm going to have. So robotics is a lot more, it makes it cheaper on insurance and better on warranty work if you do it in certain areas of boat building, because you're guaranteed a certain specification of work standards and quality standards every time. Like robotics, well, it's a robot, that's why. So it's actually a good business investment. Yes, replace some workers with robotics. But like I said, quality control. Do you want to be on a yacht that you can't guarantee the bulkheads are good in? Laguna Yachts did that. They sold 40,000 yachts. The Laguna Yacht series. Find out there was a structural flaw in the fucking bulkheads. They have now, since at the company's expense, sent out a repair list on how to repair it, and they have to pay for repairs on boats they sold up to 10 years ago. They have to pay for bulkhead repairs on now because they didn't do it right the first time, because humans were involved in it and it wasn't totally right every time. So now, because they were caught that and they found out that flaw, they have to, by law, repair every single yacht made. So that, it's costing them a hell of a lot of money because they didn't use robots in that one section of their boat building. Hey, Nancy Pelosi's up here.
I think you should do art.
Do art?
Yep, sculpture and metal work. I think you should do art. I think you could make some money doing it.
Why the hell would you think something like that?
I just think you would. If you put your mind to it. JM will be your agent.
And now to the rest of the story. Dude, I'm doing art. It's gonna be called jewelry art.
Yeah, I got some rings that you could put
I don't need rings, I need gems, bro. I need certain types of gems.
I got rings you could put osmium in and make them better than a diamond ring, but
I need gems that I can cut up. I got a new style of jewelry coming out. I sent JM a video of it. I don't, and then speak of that video. It looks different than what I saw with my bare eyes, but I was at a different angle. So that just goes to prove that what you see on the video of that gem with the osmium underneath it, at every different angle, it's a different viewpoint. Because I looked at that video, I was like, damn, that's not at all what I saw. I saw it from about a 25-degree angle different from it, but because of all the curvatures on the gem, I saw a different piece, and that's the beauty of that design. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just looking at Silverboy Blues. That's right. As an iron worker, iron art. I've seen some great work. We've got some here in the city of Jeffersonville that are ironworks. And
yeah, you see, that's cool for non-iron workers, but as an iron worker of over 33 years, I think of iron work, and the first thing, the picture I get in my mind is the blood squirting out from underneath my fingers when I got smashed, or a piece of burning hot molten steel landing on my arm, burning down, or even better, going down the boot. Oh yeah, that one's a good one. And your foot burns until you can find some water to shove down there. So I have a different viewpoint of ironwork than you guys do. I actually want to get the fuck away from it. It's hazardous to your health and my health anyhow. It's noisy, heavy, you hurt yourself. And you need robots anyhow, because you need robotic welders, because there's no way in hell I'll be welding anymore. I don't want to damage my eyes. But y'all feel free. I could probably do some special shit for you, Silver, but I ain't going to get into it for a living. That's damn sure. What's up, Zardos? Yeah.
What'd you do with your emeralds?
I ain't done nothing with them yet. I need to, I'm like a couple of weeks away from getting a piece of equipment that I need, but I don't think to grind and cut gems. And I need to, from what I've already gleaned from what little I've been able to, it's going to take a certain, at least to start from my perspective. And there's other perspectives that obviously they'll sell too, but I'm starting it. So I got to look at it from my perspective to start with. I'm going to look for certain kind of opaque, translucent gem colors that are still colored, but very translucent, not deep, dark colored, like where you can't see through it because it's so much of it. Like say topaz, it's so yellow you can't see through it. I'd want a very light colored yellow to where you can still kind of see through it, because then you're going to get the kaleidoscope of light effect, because you'll be able to see the reflective light off of the blue hue of the osmium mixed with the yellow of the topaz. And we all know yellow and blue make green. So your little piece is going to shine yellow, blue, and green. And hey, what's diamond shine like? Oh, yellow and blue and green? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think you might be wanting citrine.
I was thinking of that too. And I want to do more than just, but I want to get the right one. That's why you and I need to get up one day here in the next month or so and do a Zoom or YouTube or StreamYard where I can see what you have and we can come up with a good, decisive decision on which ones I'm going to cut. And then you can send them to me. I'll cut and make the pieces. And the base is going to make a big difference too. The basing system is going to be totally different, but that's another, I don't want to give that one away. I'll wait till you guys see the first piece to see what it looks like. It's going to be awesome, dude.
There's a lot of gemstones.
Yep, there damn sure is. But see, it's going to go to a high-end market, so it's got to be a high-end gemstone. But it can be a low-cost high-end gemstone. If it's flawed, those are lower cost. But if the flaw is in the lower half that I'm going to grind out, in grinding out the flaw, it's now become a perfect gem, which increases its price, even though it's been cut in half. It's still a perfect gem, perfect gem cut.
Yellow sapphire's nice.
Yep. And some clearer, more translucent rubies and garnets would do as well, along with maybe some aquamarine if it's not too cloudy.
Yeah, aquamarine's really nice.
Yeah, it is. If you get the right pieces, right cuts. And then I'm going to have to tear it apart by cutting it in half anyhow. And I'm the only one who can do it because no one else has ever thought of doing this type of thing. So, and I've already figured out a way to do it with the equipment they have out there. And I just don't want to tell people about it until I get several pieces done. Because it's my idea, my design. And it's going to use osmium, which is, well, Mr. Wolf's baby.
That's a hyena.
I like opals too, Tom. Except for they do some crazy shit to opals. I've been watching a lot of stuff. They'll drop this what they call concrete opal. They'll slab it and drop it in acid sugar and let it sit for a while till it turns black, and they'll sell it as black opal when it's not black opal. It's chemically treated. And then they also do different heat treatments that bring out colors. And you got to watch out, because then you're not getting true opal. You're getting a mutated rock of opal to make it look better than what it actually is. So you got to watch out for that kind of stuff when you get into opals. But I love opals. I actually like the Ethiopian white opal. It's probably better to work with than slabs of that.
I'll tell you another one you probably would like is, daggone it. I always say rainstone because it's grayish, but moonstone. Moonstone, yep. It's a cool stone.
Indeed.
Women love it. Women love it. Men not so much. Women love moonstone.
Well, I'm gonna be working hopefully with designs and stuff. I'm gonna this is my game plan. I want to make one piece in a necklace format and send it to Scarlett and ask her to promote it through her jewelry department of the Osmium Institute, because they're already getting 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100,000 euros per piece. And if she likes what she sees and she says yes, that throws me up into the real expensive high-end market of sales. So what I'll be doing probably from there would be made to order kind of thing, where they pay and I have it, I make it with whatever jewels or gems they choose in whatever setting, along with putting out my own stuff at the same time.
It'll become a Nilfany.
Yeah, like I said, man, I'm looking to start something that'll last, and jewelry, well-made, creative, new crap lasts a long time. Yeah, I mean, I always go back to the Queen's jewels and her little crown. It's 150 years old. Well, that's 3 of our lifetimes. So whoever made it, that's still their creation is still being used to this day. And they were a jeweler, and they created something that no one ever had, and it's still to this day living on.
Did you ever see Elizabeth Taylor's jewelry collection?
A little bit.
Yeah, that was the finest collection for an individual I've ever seen.
You ever seen Liberace's?
No, I never did see Liberace.
he put hers to shame, brother. I'll tell you that right now. I know there's a guy, he taught me how to be believe it or not, as small as I am, I made a great bodyguard, executive bodyguard, not like rock star type bodyguard. Mr. Titelberg, he was a high profile bodyguard. This guy was like 6'8", 350 pounds. He was a gorilla, and he was actually Liberace's personal bodyguard when he wasn't training students at the school that I went to. Luckily, Liberace was, well, not luckily, but he was ill and not traveling, so Titelberg had time, and he went, and I got trained personally by him, and he showed us some of the shit that Liberace carried around. While he was having to protect him, Liberace would wear $2 to $3 million worth of freaking jewelry and go out to public dance halls and studios. And he had to, and Mr. Titelberg had to guarantee this guy's security that no one would come up and take his $2 to $3 million worth of jewelry that he had on him at the time. Yeah, it was radical. Liberace was a freak when it came to not giving a fuck about other people's lives who were protecting him. But yeah, Liberace had the gaudiest rings and necklaces and bracelets and pendants that were 10, 12, 15 karat diamond, pink diamond, all kinds of shit. I think actually Elizabeth followed his direction after his collection of jewelry, but not for sure. Never spoke with either one of them. Closest I ever got was Liberace's bodyguard.
Mm-hmm. Liberace was a freak. Yeah.
Man, how many people will walk into a dance hall wearing several $1 million with their jewels and go up to strangers and talk to them? That's terrifying. If I had that much money on me in jewelry, dude. Well, I mean, this is a different life. This is a different America now, obviously, but I wouldn't do it today. I would
Well,
not do it today.
a lot of them get really good fakes made of what they have, and then they put the real stuff in the safe.
Yeah, that's how they do it today. They also rent jewelry out for people to go on red carpets and shit. You saw
Or
these
make a rap video.
or yeah, exactly. Like they rent out those gold or silver teeth and things. What are they called?
Platinum
Yeah.
teeth.
They rent those out to rappers for their music videos. Kind of weird. Kind of sounds hypoallergenic, unfriendly. But I'd rather use a precious metal if I was going to stick something in my mouth that someone else had in their mouth.
Well, silver.
Yeah, I was about to say I'd rather go with silver than platinum.
Yeah, I'll keep you from
Just for
getting
the
sick.
sterility.
All I know is, since I've been dealing in big numbers of platinum, I don't get codes. I haven't had a code in 20 years, probably more longer than that, probably 22, 23 years.
You know, there's benefits to precious metals with copper, silver, and platinum. I haven't heard of great uses for gold like that, but I have for silver, I have for copper, and I have for platinum. And I know having a lot of crystallized osmium makes me feel better. So looks like the platinum group metals is the way to go, baby.
All right, if you added up all your osmium, what would the weight come to? You know,
right now, probably about $2,500. I have 32 millimeter squares at $60 a pop and an H. That's a double-sided H, Sparkle 4, I think.
I always thought if you had a lot of gold in your body, it would become toxic. I don't think
Actually, every human body has 0.02 grams inside it as we speak.
I don't think you could ever. I don't think a lot of silver would probably hurt you.
I don't know how much silver people have in their bodies. I do know for a medical fact, you have the average person. Let me rephrase that. The average, hold on, let me even go better. The average cadaver tested, there we go, that's more accurate. The average cadaver tested had 0.02 grams of gold in their system. And it's from all walks of life, all colors, all ages, all nationalities. So everybody has gold in them. Silver, I don't know the study on.
Ruthenium, it's right at $500 an ounce. That's actually not a bad buy right now. If anybody wanted to get into that, I think 500 is a pretty good price.
I have no clue. I haven't checked into it, so I can't speak on it. Or I won't speak on it because I don't know about it. And
I'd rather have ruthenium than palladium. But I'm just not a palladium fan. I'm just not. It doesn't excite me.
It wouldn't surprise me, William. Actually, I recall reading a study where I believe you're 100% correct, actually, now that I start thinking about it. But it's radioactive. For not as long as obviously the uranium, and you can transfer you can be ways you can wash the radiation off of it to make it viable. And what was the study I was looking at? I was looking at chemical processes that create metals. That's what it was. It was a study, or it was not a documentary, I guess a study, or it was a talk. It was not a conference. I don't even know what it was called. I guess a speech by different speakers on different theories because of chemical processes like what you're talking about, William. And in the creation of one thing, other things are created, and how the use case can be increased in the byproduct of creation of other products in the making of the one product. In other words, exactly what you were just talking about. And nuclear energy is going to be very, 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 very much highly used. The micro and small modular reactors are game changers by 2030. And I did a video because I know it's going to be there. It's a video. By 2030, energy prices will be 75% cheaper than they are now, because the video I just did the other day was on mining. Now, this is interesting here. This has a lot to do with precious metals and precious metals prices. The thing that stops a lot of precious metal companies from mining precious metals is access. If you're in Canada and you're in the central part of Canada where there's no freaking towns for 200 miles, and you're 200 miles north of the main one highway that runs through that fucking province, how much money is it going to cost you to build the infrastructure to get to a mine to start mining it? Okay, now check this out. You buy a micro nuclear reactor, you have a truck drop it off there, and you just cut out that whole expense, thus cheapening the cost of opening up a mine in a remote area, which by now economically makes unfeasible. Micro nuclear reactors make feasible mining those areas now. So I wouldn't be surprised within 3 years you hear about a whole shitload of new mines opening up that people were like, oh, we didn't know it was there. Oh, new discovery here. No, they're not new discoveries. Economics deemed it appropriate for them to be mined at this point in time, because the process of getting infrastructure to that mine was taken out of the financial equation because of new technologies, i.e. micro nuclear reactors that can be dropped off on a semi truck. You plug your power cords into it. It's not that easy, but it's damn near that easy comparatively to running 200 miles of power cables and road systems and all this other crap. Hell, you're spending $10 million before you even get to the mine. And then you got to build an infrastructure and all the same electrical shit to, it's a big game changer. They even mentioned in that report, the people giving that report used mining as a number one use case for the micro reactor, because even they know the economics of mining. If you're in a snowbound area, what's the expense of keeping up maintenance on a 200-mile transmission line in a 10, 12, 20-foot snowdrift? Because if the power goes out, your mine stops working. See, the expense of that infrastructure is intensely expensive in remote areas. So people don't mine in remote areas. So yeah, there's a lot of gold and silver and platinum out there that's not been gotten yet, because we don't have the technology to power the mines to make, or excuse me, our economic structure doesn't allow for the powering of those mines in those remote locations and areas. Another use case for micro nuclear reactors are islands and remote outposts that now only rely on diesel generators, which constantly break down. And cold actually has a part to do with that, to where the micro nuclear reactor actually works real great in cold weather. You can actually use the heat that it has left over to warm yourself up, your tent and wherever you're staying in, scientific building, whatever. So the micronuclear reactors, because again, economics, to get the diesel to that diesel generator in that remote location cost a crap load of money. And you can only store so much diesel fuel in these remote locations. So you got 2, maybe 3, 4 trips a year to go fuel up a gas can of freaking diesel for this place to last them 3 months. And it costs you about $2 million to get there and back, because you need an icebreaker, you need a big ship that carries fuel, you need fuel transfer equipment, all this stuff to maintain that far out outpost. Where if you have a micronuclear reactor, you just cut out all that expense. So now economically, it's made more feasible. So you're going to see a lot of things change because of the advancement of the micro nuclear reactor. And there's already a lot of large companies, manufacturing companies, that are looking at small modular reactors, which are one step up over the micro reactor, to run their factories, so that you take those companies off the electric grid, because they're now powering their own self with a small micro, what's it called? Small micro reactors. Not small micro. The one above that. Man, I'm brain farting.
You have to get, I think they get rid of baby Castro. I think they'll probably be more mining.
Well, see, there's another use case for the microreactor. You could have them down there in Cuba, and they wouldn't be without power right now. You just
And
ship a couple down there. That whole place would be powered up in one day, 24 hours. Boom. But now the way they got to do it, it'll take forever.
I saw an interview with Baby Castro, and that interviewer was letting him have it.
Yeah, that's because the same things happened with South Africa that's happened with Cuba. It's just no one's talking about it. The greedy government of that country has taken all the money for maintenance over 20 or 30 years and shoved it in their pockets and not done the maintenance. Now they're suffering the consequences. Now they're crying, oh, we need help. No, you don't. You needed to be less greedy, less communist, and more working for your people instead of enslaving them. But you didn't, so this is what you get. Same things happen in Africa. That's why Africa is the murder capital of the world. Their largest industry is private security because the murder rate's 27,000 a year. All because they're out of power half the year. Why? Infrastructure. The government was so greedy, they took all the money that was used to repair infrastructure and stuck it in their freaking pockets. Same thing Cuba did. Same thing Venezuela's did. All these countries that are joining BRICS are basically shithole countries, bro. People don't even look at that. They're like, oh, the GDP and their natural resources. Yeah, look at their government, man. They enslave people for that GDP, and they steal the people's family jewels for that fucking money. And you're investing in them thinking it's going to be the next big thing. Yeah, go slavery. That's what we all want. BRICS slavery. Look at what country in BRICS is free democracy elected by the people. Name one country. Hold on, I'll take India out of that because yes, India is a freely democratic process, and Brazil. Those are the only two. All the other 45 are totalitarian, communistic, socialistic regimes. Quiet. Get over there. Get. I don't want to hear you. Quiet. God, he's got such a horrible meow.
Sounds like a kid.
Man, makes you want to throw a shoe at him. Oh, yeah. That's why they've been, I believe their ultimate goal of the synthetic diamond is for exactly this right here. Because if you can make a diamond, the diamond is enough to protect you from small amounts of radiation. You get about 4 or 5 radioactive cells encased in a diamond, and you can extract the power from it. That would be enough power to run a whole household for 20 years. Boom, another house taken off the grid. Oh yeah, back to my point. Small modular reactor, not small micro. Small modular reactor is being purchased by factories in Europe. There's been China and Russia say they've done 240 of them, and the American company that I also did a report on said they've got 24 of them in Eastern Europe that are up and operational this year. So there's close to 300 factories in this world that just left the electric grid and have excess power to feed the electric grid and power their own infrastructure. And no news is talking about that, but yeah, that's happening as we speak too. So the only reason we're still paying politics is the only reason we're still paying high prices. Politics. Actual necessity for high prices is not there according to basic economics as taught in college, because supply is rising, demand is dropping, and price is still going up. That's not normal. Unless politically influenced, in which case, there you go. Yeah, it is normal. Let's see, the great thing about nuclear, the micro reactors, is the smaller you get with nuclear, the more redundant the safety features are. They actually have made a containment field box for the micro reactor that is without any human interaction. If anything happens that goes wrong and the thing shuts down, it's impossible for it to overheat by the design of the box that the micro reactor sits in. and the way physics work. It's the only possible way to have a meltdown would be a flaw in the creation of the pieces, and that would be human error. And that's why I advocate in certain scenarios that we have robotics. That way you can guarantee a quality control. And in a nuclear scenario like that, you want a quality control built box to surround that thing, because that's where the water is going to be in to help cool that reactor down. And as it heats up from the reactor, cooling the reactor down, and the steam builds up, it goes to the top of the box, turns into condensation, drips back down, and it keeps doing that until the reactor cools down and there's no damage. Micro nuclear reactors are the safest form of power generation nuclear wise. And that's just one of the many redundant features. A human doesn't have to push a button to make that happen. It happens naturally. There's like 3 or 4 redundant or natural safeties that are built into the micro system that would be too huge to build on these large plants that they have nowadays. I mean, try to capture the steam coming out of that plant 300 foot in the air inside a box. That'd be like fucking $50 billion. They went too big. Smaller you go, the safer it is. And nuclear submarines and nuclear ships have proven that. Nuclear submarines have been using micro nuclear reactors for over 30 years. The technology has been more than perfected. When have you heard of an American submarine fleet or crew that's come back radioactive, burned, and died from radioactive poisoning? Not one. But yet for 30 years, we've been using micro nuclear reactors. 600, 800, 1,200 meters beneath the sea, 6, 8, 12 months at a time, micro nuclear reactor, nothing happened. How much safer do you want? It's been tested for decades. Hey, 999 Fine, how's it going, my friend? Yeah, Jerome's got the tools, baby, to satisfy. Don't walk away. What song was that from? JM needs to bring his butt up here. See, look at that. They're going to triple their supply. I just read that. Sorry, JM, I missed it earlier. Yeah, 3 years from now, you guys are going to wish you looked at micro and small modular reactors for investment, because they're only going to grow. They're going to get it more adopted, and their stock prices are going to go up. And it's going to, whether or not, it doesn't matter what the rest of the economy is doing. One good economy, bad economy, doesn't matter. We're going to need power. And we're going to need cheaper power if the economy's bad. And these things are even better, probably even do better in a bad economy than a good economy. As far as stocks and profit margin goes. Ooh. Hold on a second here. All right. I'm going to do a little something here. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. Hold on a second here. Let's get rid of settings here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh, goodness gracious me. What is this?
That looks pretty good.
Hold on. Wait. It gets better. Oh, no. Tape covered you up. Sorry, you guys went blind.
So this is the part of the live stream where we talk about going green?
Yes, we are going green.
Nice.
This is after I broke it down.
Yeah.
It was part of a 3-foot long 4-inch round. And they came out, this is the smallest one. And
Was that about a year's supply?
A couple weeks, probably.
this one I haven't totally broke down yet because I just like looking at it big.
Well, if anybody's interested, and I know you're not, I know how Neil loves it. Minnesota is beating New York by 1. with about 5 minutes to go in the WNBA championship game, and this will decide who the winner is. So anyway,
Very cool.
Yeah, I'm like so not interested. I'm gonna pretend you didn't even say that. We were talking what, hockey or something? Oh yeah, the good thing is too, those
That's all I
two,
got there.
right on. Those two are about 1/4 of my supply. I've still got that much drying and twice that much still on the plants to be cut off because I have limited area to dry. I have to do it in sections. I'm getting it probably about between
so
four-
I was
four
gonna
and
ask JM, is Baby Castro finished?
Baby Castro finished. I hope
Yeah.
so.
Is he going to get fired?
So the problem is he's immigrated so many people that'll vote for him. And many of them would be talking like this to you when they say, hello, I'm your new neighbor. Right. So like
I think that was Mandarin. I'm not sure.
there's lots of cash going to the immigrants. The big difference here is that these immigrants were all invited in and, legally landed in the
Of
States
course.
because so many of them are illegally landed.
And you know what happens then?
Andy, good to see you.
They can get legal migration to America because they've got Canadian documentation.
Quite possibly. I know
no,
the
that is true.
border here is tightened up quite a bit going in and out of the States. It used to be I could go across just with my driver's license.
Hey, what's up, Indy? Yeah, but how much of the border can you cross on a horse and not be seen?
That's true.
But what's the border, like
do that?
3,000 miles?
I stay out of trouble.
How many Mounties do you have? Not nearly enough. I mean, you guys let Brock Lesnar in, anyone can come in. That was a WWE joke, by the way. What's up, Indy and C4?
I think he has a ranch in Minnesota. I think.
UFC. That was UFC joke. Brock Lesnar.
It's also WWE. He was a double champion. He was a champion of UFC and WWE at the same time.
Oh, that's right too.
Yeah, he wanted to go double champion because it's the first record of the world. He likes firsts, and no one's repeated that record yet, so he still holds it.
Good point.
He also did Barbecue Brothers and got real big into the barbecue market. He's a part of a brand, a barbecue spice brand or something. Yeah, he's diversified out because he's going to get wheelchaired soon.
Kind of like the Foreman Grill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Merchandising.
Look at Gene Simmons. Shit. He merchandised everything of Kiss.
Yep.
Comic books, movies, cartoons, characters, toys, bed sheets, carpets. He's made probably $1 billion off of merchandising his product. Smart man.
Mm-hmm.
Considering Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley isn't their real names.
I had a question for Nickel since we're on sports there for a second. I didn't get to see the conclusion of your live stream or video regarding who would win, Muhammad Ali or Mike Tyson.
Muhammad Ali.
I think Muhammad Ali would definitely be dancing around. He's a lot more agile, but man, like if Mike Tyson connected a couple good ones.
Well, Muhammad Ali could take a good hit for quite some time. He proved that. But where he was real good is where Tyson wasn't. He was good at getting in your head and making you fuck up, and that's how he beat you. And he was real good at that, and Tyson sucked at that. He was actually susceptible to that. And he would go and get enraged and do stupid shit. and because of the intelligence that Muhammad Ali brought to it. Because Muhammad Ali really was not that great of a boxer. He was a better chess player in the boxing ring.
He scored. Muhammad
Well, yeah,
Ali.
he was a better. He knew the rules, he knew the game, and he knew how to play it better than anyone else. He wasn't the best boxer. He was the best at boxing. The difference being his skills and talents, probably for hitting and power, aren't even close to Tyson's. But his ability to move and to piss you off and make you want to do something that he knew you were going to do was very good. And when you can do that to someone, you can knock him out. And isn't that what he's famous for? And that's how
he's famous for just outpointing you. He was famous for the quickest combination ever by a heavyweight. And he would just drone you. I mean, he bang, boom, 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 hit you like 6 times. And then move back.
That would piss Tyson off, and Tyson would probably be DQ'd, want to bite his ear off or something.
He never would get close to him. Tyson couldn't. He would not let you hold him up. He would not get pinned in a corner with a guy like Tyson. Tyson's a brute.
Yeah.
What he's got to do is beat the heck out of you for 3 rounds.
And because of that, Tyson would get pissed off, and he would go back to street rules and get disqualified. Because Muhammad Ali was good at the mental game.
So Ali's was reach, length, movement, and then combinations and hitting you with jabs, and
the IQ in the ring.
Tyson was the uppercut. Tyson had to get into you, wear you down enough that you lowered, and then he would uppercut you. And that was it.
Hey, what's up, Christopher? Sorry, I didn't see you coming.
Ali fought many heavy punchers.
Oh yeah.
You know, he beats daggone it, the guy that came back after he quit for a while won. He beat him, and he was like 10-1 underdog in that one. What's his name? I can't. Foreman. Foreman was the biggest, baddest dude at that time, undefeated, power. You couldn't get to him at all, and Ali just wore him out.
This is off subject. I got a picture of me and Indy. I want to show you guys.
Here we go.
Here, this is a picture of Indy and myself. I caught a picture of us just last week.
Anyone that doesn't know Independent Men United, she has fantastic live streams every Friday night.
She needs to put her link down in the chat. She's a moderator and a good one. She should do that.
I dropped it earlier. Here, I'll hit it again.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hit it again.
Everyone should go to Independent Mary's site show. Independent Mini. My bad. Oops.
That's it right there. And some people do misread it, and they're like, "Oh, hi, Mary, Independent Mary."
That's why I pushed it. And I was actually talking to a dude, and he's like, "I thought her name was Mary," and I just laughed. I was like, "Nah, don't tell her yet. Don't tell her that. She'll get more mad at me." I started calling her Mary. Yeah, sorry to do that. No, I'm not. So how's it go? Sorry, not sorry.
Well, I heard you make a comment on her live stream Friday night about how sometimes you view her as the older sister that you never had.
Yeah,
sister that you never had. That you want to be playful and be teasing somebody, and you didn't get that.
Hang around long enough, you will.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, it's a little teasing back and forth. You got the right personality. Takes it good, gives it good. Able to handle it, and I don't know. It works.
Did you?
Hold on here. This is a serious question. Okay, mentally, I'm about 7. But are you asking for my mental age or my actual age? Because I don't think I ever. Once I hit 7, I was like, dude. Once I hit 8, I won't be a Toys R Us kid anymore. So I can't allow that. So I just aged. I didn't grow up. So, but I'm 56.
I'll be 56 in December. What y'all sending me? I expect some osmium from Neil and some silver bars from JM.
Oh, no, I thought you'd want nickel.
I'll take nickel. Yeah, I'll take nickel.
No,
JM.
well,
How about I send it to you in the mail, and when it doesn't come, I'll just say it was stolen.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can meet you.
We'll split the insurance.
If you want to drive up to Niagara Falls, just cross over the border. I'll meet you in Niagara Falls.
There you go.
All right, JM. Did you see my Halloween tune?
No.
You didn't see that, the contest? It was pretty good. Close.
Trying to
Very
think.
close. We had 3 guys that could win it. And who did win that?
I was there for the other.
Jackknife. I think Jackknife won. I think that's who won. He might have finished second. I think he won. We had movie themes from Halloween movies, I guess. We had music, just Halloween music, like Spooky by the Classic 4. And we had lines out of a movie where you heard somebody say something. And then you
What's up, Mike?
What now?
I was just saying hi to Mike. I didn't see him come in.
Oh. It was pretty good.
I bet it was. Like I'm constantly amazed. Well, both of you really, Neil and Nickel, just pouring out information in that never-ending amount of brain cells.
Yeah. Well, so I'll do a Christmas version. I'll do now next Friday, I'll probably do my monthly. It'll probably be movies. It'll be themes, mostly themes for movies. I have to guess. They got to tell me who wrote it, the name of the movie, the era. And when you do era, it's better than a specific date because it's hard to get a specific date down. Like,
and I'm not that good at trivia. Like, if you had 10 people, 10 average people, and you had them doing, trivia, even like you did with the music trivia the other night, typically I'm going to be in the bottom. Like maybe.
Now you did good. You did good. What was it? You did good. Was it the eras that you did real well? You got a bunch of them on that. And you came in late, I think, too. So, but what was it? You were just nailing them. Was it the actual title? I think you were nailing the titles down. And there's some of them, like Popzilla, he was nailing the era down.
Well, that's it. Sometimes I only know the melody. Other times I only know like the chorus. Sometimes I know the name of the song, and sometimes I know the band, but I don't know the name of the song. And you know how it is. It's tough to know all of them.
There's millions and millions of songs. And then and like I said, you can sing a song 3 different ways and it sounds altogether different.
That's right.
From tempo. Just doing the tempos.
Yeah. Most of my friends were much better at music trivia than I was. But get into certain bands, and I know, there's probably 100, 150 bands that I know really well, and the rest of them not so well.
And bands in Canada we probably don't know.
Oh, for sure. For sure. The 2 top of mind is April Wine and David Wilcox, that were fantastic bands that a lot of people never knew, never got to know.
I'm sure someone in Canada started a band called the Yetis or something.
Probably.
That's like Days of the New. That was one of my clues. I don't hear nothing. And nobody knew it. And I go, well, they were huge. They're from my area. Right. They're from my area. I'm from the same city. So, but nobody knew them as much. I said, everybody here would know exactly who they were, what the songs are. But,
yeah.
See, we start talking about this kind of stuff. I don't have nothing to say. I don't.
Yeah, he's not a music guy.
Yeah, social stuff I don't do too much of. I know.
He's not a sports guy either.
Nope, that's more social stuff.
Well, I've seen you get excited for some music, Neil, but it's I think it was more like for semi-heavy metal.
Yeah.
Some Pink Floyd.
Just as in anything, when I do want to get into something, I get to know as many of the right people as possible. And I have met a lot of the 80s and early 90s people in bands, and I'd get tickets, backstage tickets and stuff when they came through town and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So as in most cases, once you lose those, what do you call them? You know, where you can call them and get set of tickets and shit. I can't do that no more. So, you know, I got out of that scene.
I think OC is about he's in his 40s, I think. I'm kind of thinking 46, maybe 48. He's somewhere in that line, I think.
I'm still 53. Still.
So when are you going to be 52?
About a year ago.
Right on.
Actually, no, I did my math wrong. No, I didn't. No, that's right. I am 53.
Well, I'm gonna have classic music. I'm gonna have punk rock. I didn't have any punk rockers last time. We're gonna do them.
Pat Benatar.
I just call her pop rock.
How about Blondie?
I'd call that pop rock.
Not rap.
No, she only had one song that you could classify as rap, I think.
Well, at least you classify it as rap. Let's see. Hold on a second here. I think I caught someone in a lie. See, women never give their real age, and Indy says she's 43, so we know she's not 43.
Mm-hmm.
I would trust her in 30. She's not your typical lady.
Well, I'm just messing with her because she said something, and typically women don't say anything. So I said, okay, cool. It's an opportunity. I'm going to take it.
Yeah.
Heaven forbid me not to take a good opportunity when someone lays it at your feet, right?
Mm-hmm. Unless you're dyslexic, in which case that would mean she's 43, 34.
Art collector needs to start and just keep buying medals and listen to possible stock, not advice, but stock talk, and do his own research on the stocks that we talk about. And if you're only 20, boy, you could be fucking hella rich.
Art collector, I don't think I ever heard that one. In the Airplane Over the Sea by Neutral Milk Hotel. I don't think I ever heard that song. Or even heard of that band either.
Have you ever heard of Toro de Moi?
Tour de Noir?
Toro de Moi.
No, I've not.
Yeah, neither have I, but they're fucking keyboardist and guitarist, keyboardist/guitarist live next door to me, and they go on world tours. I've never heard of them.
Right on.
But apparently they go. I think last year he went to Poland, Germany, France, Spain, England, and they were like filling 20,000, 25,000 seat stadiums. I'm like, I've never heard of you. He makes good money. Doesn't matter if I've heard of him.
Well, it sounds like he's popular in Europe, and
they've also gone to Australia and Japan.
Right.
The year before that, they were in Australia, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Japan. He said actually their biggest market's Japan.
Yeah, it's a big wide world out there.
Yeah, and then he fucking moves in beside me, and I build him a fucking sound studio. I'm like, okay, you know, and that's how I meet most people. You know, like what's his name? Eric Neustadt, the old bass player of Metallica. I met him at Jury Duty. We hung out for like 8 hours just fucking bullshitting before I found out who the fuck he really was. Because it was after they just came off their world tour when they all had long hair, and he cut his hair short as fuck, dressed like an iron worker. And I had jury duty myself that day, and we just hung out because he looked like an iron worker. So I was just talking to him like I'm talking right now to you guys. And then he told me who he was. I was like, who the fuck is that? He was the bass player for Metallica. I was like, oh no, I've heard of that. And he laughed. He's like, yeah, I'm their bass player. I was like, what? Why are you here? He goes, well, we just came off a 10-year world tour. And, my lawyer said I had jury duty and I might want to take care of it. And I had the day. So I just figured I'd take care of it. And I just happened to do the same thing. And, every now and then, when, what was that? Nova, his group Nova, when they broke up, last I spoke to him, something happened. And I don't know. I just haven't spoke with him since then. Supernova, that's what's called, Supernova. Something happened with that band and his experience, and I guess he just dropped everybody and fucking started new or something. And it's okay, it's cool, no big deal.
There was a ton of bands in the 80s.
I used to hang out with Chris Chan too. Not talking band, now we're talking Kung Fu. You go back to the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, and all the Kung Fu magazines to ask any Kung Fu master who was the baddest, they'll tell you Chris Chan. I used to hang out with him. He was my teacher, personal teacher for 3 months. And then I quit that shit and left him behind too. And Lady Lily Lau, Grandmaster of the Eagle Claw. I was at her son's wedding and reception in Chinatown, San Francisco, the only white guy.
Well, let me ask y'all this. The last question, I don't know if you call them questions, the last item, we'll say, and they had to guess there was a quote from it. They had to guess me the movie, the actor, the era, and then they had to tell me what was in the box. And when I said what was in the box, they already knew what it was. Do you know what a scary movie that there was an item in a box? Do y'all know what it was?
Wow.
And they already knew it. And I mean, they got the era, they got the actor, and then they got the movie right off. And I said, I haven't even played it yet. And I'm going, there's many movies where someone's head was in a box. And why they picked that one, I don't know. Unless they just don't know the other movies. That's why I said it.
So it wasn't obviously Dead Men Tell No Tales. What's that dude name who plays the pirate?
It was head in the box. I'll give you the actor. Brad Pitt. Now do you know the movie? Okay.
No idea.
It was 1992. Seven was the movie. And they got it. I mean, they was all over it. I'm going. I just didn't think that. I thought they'd have a harder time with that one.
Well,
They were just going nuts on it. Let's see, which one was the hardest one for them?
Indy got it. I never even saw that movie.
What is it?
7.
Oh.
What's in the box? What's in the box? He said, put your gun down. Put your gun down. It's the guy that's the guy that played the bad guy was the guy that was in House of Cards, and he's in a lot of trouble right now, sexual trouble. He was the bad guy in it. There was really 3 great stars in that movie. And the black guy, Freeman, he was the other cop.
Morgan.
Yeah. And it was a good movie. That was a good movie. A little gross, but it was a good movie. I have that on DVD, by the way.
Damn, I wish I could remember that fucking shit. That there's 4 movies. One of them they were like comedy pirate movie. Oh shit.
Oh, the comedy pirate, that would be Pirates of the Caribbean. Pirates of the
Caribbean. Yeah, there was a fucking head in the chest in this 3rd movie. It was a heart that was in the chest, a beating heart. I can't remember that dude's name.
Oh, he's the one that started on 38 Jump Street. Or what is it, 21st Jump Street? 31 Jump, whatever it was.
He went to court and shit over some fake sexual
Yeah.
harassment shit and got
Yeah.
fired by Disney and all that crap. Now
All
he's
the
laughing.
women think he's good looking. What is his
I
name?
mean, what the hell are you doing watching dark movies? Women, see, that's why I don't have one around. They go to dark areas. I'll just throw the light blanket over it and not even look at it. I don't need to go dark.
I'm okay with gross stuff. The one thing I will not accept is when they kill a pet in the movie. You don't have to do that. And I'll give you examples. The same guy was in a movie where his dog gets killed and by this guy that's stalking him. And then the movie with Basic Instinct. No, not Basic Instinct. Fatal Attraction. When the little bunny rabbit I just don't.
What up, Emerald Coast?
I don't like it. I just don't like it when they do that in movies. When they do it to animals. I just don't. It's a downer. Because I think people will go out and do it. I really do. I think people will abuse animals when they see that. Glenn Close the rabbit. Yeah, Glenn Close's rabbit. Yeah.
And even the John Wick, they go after his dog.
Dude, let's not talk about that shit.
Okay.
I know it. I don't like it. And it turns me off immediately. And if you're going to do it, edit that out, you know? I mean, I just think they should.
So I've been watching less movies and more TV series, like Boston Legal, Sopranos, Breaking Bad.
I've been watching Survivor from 1 to 47.
Come on. Seriously?
Yeah. In between documentaries, it's interesting. See people. What I notice is how the show itself picks people, and then they add different things to get the people that would be least likely to be able to make it to the end because of the changes the show puts in it. It's like an ongoing social experiment. It's disgusting, but it's cool at the same time.
See, to me, it seemed too much like a soap opera. It's just a little too fluffy for me.
Oh, it is. But you get to see what I glean from watching it is how to manipulate people.
Right.
Because that's what they do. They manipulate everyone to get the winner they want for the best dramatic show. And it's supposed to be for a drama-based show because that brings in the most viewers. It has absolutely nothing to do with surviving.
Well, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all remember the Nancy Drew Hardy Boys Mystery Hour?
My brother used to buy the books.
I read all the Hardy Boy books.
Well, the Nancy Drew version, I don't like the Hardy Boys much, but if you go back and watch the Nancy Drew versions of that show in the 70s, very good. Very well written. Very good.
The books.
And I've been kind of watching her. I kind of like it.
Are you saying it was a movie or a TV series?
TV series, yeah. Based on the book.
Okay. Yeah, it was good, wholesome stuff.
Hardy Boys were good.
They
Back
took
when the
turns.
rules were a little simpler.
Yeah, they took turns. So basically, a season would be 50% Nancy Drew, 50% Hardy Boys.
That's
I
cool.
never really was a book reader. The only book series I read was the Sword of Shannara series by Andy Brooks, and he wrote like a total of 16 books, and those are actually the only books in my life that I've read from cover to cover.
Wow.
Now, watch,
Yeah,
watch.
I haven't read hardly any books cover to cover in my life.
I had to read books.
I was supposed to had to read them, but I got around it in school. You mean?
Yeah, and just at home too.
Yeah, in 7th grade when I was going to private school because I quit 6th grade because it was public school first time I came back to America. And I couldn't handle the racism of the Africans to the white people, which I didn't understand because I wasn't here in America when apparently shit happened. But it was like mid-late 70s. Apparently the KKK was big back then, which I didn't know anything about them either. But because I was white and just moved back to America, I was a problem. And I was like, fuck this shit. So I quit 6th grade and my parents sent me to a private school. And that private school had required reading credits. You had to read so many books from the chosen book library they had for you to choose from and then do a little book report on it. and I chose not to do any the whole year long. And at the end of the year, they said they weren't going to pass me to 8th grade because they thought I was illiterate and that I needed to get my IQ tested. And my mom that summer took me to get my IQ tested, took the results back to the private school, and they passed me to 8th grade.
Right on.
Never asked me to read a book or do a book report on reading in 8th grade either, because they found out that I had the highest IQ of that school, and that was a gifted school. So they decided not to fuck with me on the reading. They said, obviously he's not illiterate.
No, but your spelling's a little bit off.
Oh, my spelling's atrocious as hell. I obviously needed to learn vocabulary in English in school, and those are two things I walked away from.
Well, I think you've got good vocabulary.
Yeah, but the spelling of it sucks booty.
And that comes with reading.
And
Reading
exactly.
high quality books where the spelling is always right. Like if you're
Yeah.
reading chat all the time and
Yeah.
lots of other people don't know how to spell, it's not going to help you.
Yeah, but see, I like that's where I work good as a moderator is with Economic Ninja and his chat. I speed read.
Yep.
You know, I do that very well, and I actually hardly ever listen to what he says because the chat usually is rolling, and I just you know, to say hi to someone's a bitch, but I try and say hi to everyone who says hi to me or that I recognize, and I try and read every freaking chat. It's challenging for me. I like challenges.
Yep.
So that's why I enjoy doing that. And all I have to do is moderate his chat. I don't have to like give people's links or anything because that's not the style that he's doing.
The only problem with what Mike Herrera said is he was a classmate with Tom Clancy. What you talking about?
Yeah, the Choose Your Own Adventure series was really good too. I think I was reading those when I was in like grade 5. Choose Your Own Adventure. Art Collector, always good to see you.
I actually grew up beside I said hello already. I heard the hello again, sir.
Right.
Mr. McKeon back in the mid 70s and all the way through the 80s when I joined the Army, early 80s. He helped Gary Gygax write the original second edition, original Dungeons and Dragons books. And we used to game with him, and he'd have like 3 days. He was the dungeon master, and he had one hell of an imagination. And he had the literature to back up his imagination because he was writing the books on Dungeons and Dragons with Gary Gygax, the guy who created Dungeons and Dragons. So I had a unique experience with the creative processes growing up, dealing with someone that smart and actually gaming with him every other weekend.
Do either of you guys ever play video games?
Nope.
I played the 2600 Atari. That was it. After that, didn't care.
Last game I played was before I moved here, so it was 23 or 4 years ago. It was, I think, Diablo 2. They had a worldwide gaming competition, and for 3 days I sat in front of my computer, and I finished 96 out of 100 worldwide in the worldwide competition.
Nice.
That was the last one I did. It took a lot of concentration, no fucking up in the game to get the points up to be able to get there. But I was able to do it.
What about chess?
I used to be. How it is with chess is I'll tell you I'm okay with it, and I'll suck at first. But after like 10 games, you probably won't be able to beat me that much.
Kind of like pool.
No, pool is more. There's a lot more math and physics to pool because there's a lot of things you can do with that white ball.
Yep.
If you know how to work it, and you have to be real precise on not only the angle of the hit, but also what you do with, like, say if you put your left hand down to hold the tip of your cue in the right hand. If you lift that end up as you hit it, you can put like a reverse right or reverse left on that cue. And, there's just so much more math to pool than there is to chess. Pool is way more complex in my opinion. Chess.
You have to get that shot and be already looking ahead, setting up your next shot.
Well, and that's the thing and there's so many dynamics to the math of what you can do to that cue ball with the cue stick itself and just the hitting of the ball, the angle. That's why you see people sometimes directly over the cue ball, and they can make it do like a U-turn.
Yeah.
It's there's that dynamics of the math of pool, and then there's the angles and the bouncing and the banking and the hitting and the remaining placement after the hit for the next shot. I mean, how do you compare that with chess? Chess, you know what the next guy's basic moves have to be. It's just in what order, you know.
Now, as far as chess, the best thing I can tell you about chess is I have a chess set that's ivory and lapis. The ivory pieces is one, and I think the lapis are the other piece. That's
Nice.
it. That's about it for me in chess. That's the only thing I like about chess.
I'd like to try that 3D chess, or excuse me, the 3-level chess that was introduced when I think Star Trek the movie 2 or 3 came out, where they had 3-level chessboard. It's basically one-dimensional chessboard that's just dropped 3 different levels. It seemed like it was cool, but I never got one of them.
Yeah, I've never played 3D chess before. Did you guys notice on YouTube on the sidebar, they've now got YouTube playables?
No, I can't say that I have. I know that StreamYard, I think, has changed a few things on theirs.
Here, I'll show you. If Neil
Yeah, I'll share it.
wants to humor me. This is one I discovered about a week ago. Right on, it's on there. Here, I'll show you. Now, this is on snow. You got to get the gas cans. Thinking I wouldn't mind a vehicle like this if it won the lottery. Anyway, so that goes. Yeah, go ahead.
Reminds me of a game I used to program when they used to have floppy disks back in the 80s.
Yeah. But so they got all that. They got there's pool. There is chess down there. Let's just see if you can see on the side of yeah, so on the side bar there, you should see over here. You know, you're at home and you scroll down, you see all your subscribers that are live and keep scrolling down, and then it's right there, playables. It's directly through YouTube.
Interesting.
Yeah, versus computer. It's chess.
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. I just noticed that in the last week. Hey, Anta, yeah, Jack, good to see you.
Yes, indeed. Hello, Anti.
You know, we've got the Telstar. That was basically paddles. It's like you're playing tennis, and it goes over, then you hit it back, and then you can go faster. You can go smaller paddles. And I remember that. That was one of the first games you could get at home. We got that one. We got the original somewhere. And
Was
then
it Atari?
I got the original Atari.
Yeah. Atari is the
Asteroids.
original.
Pac-Man.
Oh man, I remember the arcades being so popular. You know, kids.
Dude, you aren't kidding, man. Whole neighborhood would go to the arcade room. The arcade, there'd be like a putt golf arcade and skate, not skateboarding, but roller skating ring, all in the same area.
Right on.
Millions. I bet there was millionaires made during that era.
Dude, parents would drop their kids out there. We'd be there all day. do around the putt golf, go to the arcade, then go roller skating.
And just think how many silver quarters they could get out of those. Oh my Lord.
Actually, I got fantastic news. I think most of you know I've been stocking mainly silver, but I also like gold, platinum, copper, and nickel since about 2016. And I've been searching every single coin I get. And I also look for the fancy serial numbers on the banknotes. And I finally got my first piece of constitutional silver last week.
Sweet.
It's Canadian quarter, so it's only 80%. But yeah, I was really starting to wonder if I ever would.
Yes, Art Collector, I am one of the owners of the flower by gosh, I never can think of him. I can tell you where he lived, Pittsburgh. Warhol. I'm his original. I'm one of the
Andy
owners.
Warhol.
Yeah, I'm one of the owners to that. I
Right
only
on.
own a percentage, small percentage of it, and
That's cool.
I've got some
And then
limited.
0.00003 is still a percentage of it, brother.
No, I mean I think I own.
I'm
think it's
messing with
like
you, brother.
maybe 5%. So
No, right
pretty
on.
good. And
No, it appreciates in value. It's a good investment, actually.
Masterworks, have you heard of it? I got it through them.
Anti. Hey, what's up, Jeffro?
Hey, Jeffro. Hey, I'm going to be right back. Just give me a couple minutes.
BRB.
I have a limited edition. I think only 200 made. I've got one of those of Salvador Dali, Lincoln Vision. I've got that one, and it changes. So if you're up on top of it, you get to see one thing. If you step back, it changes to another.
Hold on a second. We're going to pause for this commercial announcement. All right. Sorry about that. I like doing that every now and then.
But when it comes to U.S. nickels, you actually get more copper with those than you do nickel. So when people say, and most people imply, well, I'm invested in nickel. I got U.S. nickels, and I say, well, really, you're investing in copper because most of the value of that coin is going to be copper. So, but it's good because copper's good. It's a great investment. I mean, I think it's going to double in price. So, very good.
Right on. I don't do too much coin actual collecting or buying Constitution or any of that stuff. But I don't want to celebrate any facts. But I don't have any of that crap. I should probably, but I don't. But I will, because people will give it to me.
Heck, you can find pennies and nickels everywhere now. Even dimes. People just throw them. They throw dimes like they used to throw pennies.
Emerald Coast, and it's raw ore form before it's crystallized. Yes, if it's mixed with oxygen, it can turn into its dust particle original ore form, which will release a mild toxin that could be dangerous to humans. But in the crystallized form, no, it is not at all toxic.
So the people that have died from it, how did they die from it? Was it organ failure? If it cause that, does it cause blood poisoning? Does it cause lung shutdown, or what does it do?
Eye and skin irritation and possible lung issues, depending if you have healthy lungs or not. So what probably happened is they discovered it while in a mine confined area, and they probably didn't have real good regulatory air exchanges down there, and that's probably how it happened. And now because I haven't heard it happen recently, which tells me that they have better mining conditions, because the only time it can happen is while you're mining it. Once it gets to their refinery and they boil it down and they put a coating on it. That's how like sativa metalsas is. It's got a fine coating over it, preventing the oxygen from getting to it, causing that reaction to happen. And that's how you can buy an ounce of pure osmium, not crystallized osmium, and it not turn into powdery form. But if it scratches or abrades and breaks through that slight barrier covering that osmium, then it will turn back to dust and release that vapor, release that toxin into there.
So if you don't like anybody, just invite them into a mine with no protection.
Mm-hmm. That's actually illegal. Highly illegal. That's why it's so expensive to mine platinum. That's why it costs $1,100 to mine platinum right now, is because of the ventilation and electrical that they have to run, and the time it takes to get the men down there and get them back and pull the ore out, because they're 2,200 meters below ground. That's more than 22 football fields worth of lines and air conditioning and all this other crap infrastructure. That's why it costs $1,100 to mine platinum, an ounce of platinum, and yet you can still buy an ounce for less than it costs to mine it, and people think it's not a good deal.
I don't think that. I think they think it's just never going to go back up. And that's what they've thought that about silver. They think that they thought that about gold. Gold wasn't always going up all the time. I can remember when it wasn't doing much, and people were complaining about gold. So I think everybody, if a metal stays put for a while, I think they have a tendency to give up on it, rule it dead, and no future.
Well, I could see that, but I've given a clear pathway to why, how, and who is manipulating the price of platinum, and probably when it's going to end, which is very shortly, according to my research. But we'll find out if I'm good or not. I think I am, but I always do. But I think in my videos, I've given evidence as to my beliefs for why and who and what is controlling the platinum price and keeping it low, and how, just like now with the LBMA going from west to east, well, the price of platinum is going from east to west. Wow, ain't that interesting? So since the east is being able to buy platinum so cheap when they need it, imagine what's going to happen once we control it and they need it. Woo, we're going to drive that price up, aren't we? Hell fucking yeah. Largest platinum mine in the world was discovered in Thunder Bay, Canada. South Africa's got about 5 to 10 years of platinum left in their inventory before they're mined out. Where are we getting our platinum from then? Oh, the new discovery in Americas, in Canada, the largest platinum vein discovered on the planet. Oh, so we're going to control the prices? Yeah, let them control silver and gold price. We control the platinum price. Have you guys bought any platinum lately? I'd suggest buying some, because the price is going to jump, because it's going to jump so that we can screw China. That means it'll jump to probably 6,000 plus an ounce within a year and a half, 2 years, my estimation. Because remember, everyone says, no, it can't, Neil. No, it can't, Neil. Well, obviously, we can't be in an economic war with China either, huh? But yet we are. So a lot of things happen. And one way we can strike at them and screw their economy, since they have to buy 2.5 million ounces of platinum yearly starting this year so they can keep up with their contracts for manufacturing the new hybrid biodiesel engines with 10 different car companies. They have to buy 2.5 million ounces a year, so they drive the price down to $1,000 an ounce. What happens when it goes to 6,000 an ounce? Bye-bye China's economy. Yeah, economic war, people. Think about it.
Just wanted to show you guys, Neil was referencing Thunder Bay, which is where Clean Air Metals is. So there's Thunder Bay right there in Canada. But I just wanted you to see how close it is to Minnesota, which is right there.
Mhm. Yep.
In fact, that's the Canadian-US
Yeah.
border right there.
5 miles within the border. Most of that mine probably goes under America.
Yeah.
By the way of the train runs, I don't see where. I mean, it might go basically against the grain of geology, but I'm pretty sure it runs from northeast to southwest. Which means if it's a 2,500 meter vein, yeah, you've definitely crossed the border into America. But it's cool, man, because we need to take over Canada and free you people from people like Trudeau, and secure our northern border to where we don't have to worry about someone coming from the north, only from the south.
Yeah, it's about 50 kilometers north of the border, which would be about 30 miles.
Yeah. It's probably not in America, but
It's close.
But, well, if you look how veins of platinum work, there might be more than one vein. They only discovered that one, or are letting us know about the one. There could be several others that attach to that chain.
Yep.
That's how it works in South Africa, in Tanzania, and Botswana. So I don't see where the geology wouldn't work like that here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Trudeau at all.
Who is?
Yeah, the water needs to fall. Make sure that he has no freaking pants on, so everyone can see what kind of tweet he is.
The only thing, that makes Biden better than Trudeau is Trudeau actually knows what he's doing. He's fully cognizant and fully conscious.
Yeah, you can actually blame him. He knows what he's doing.
That's
Biden
right.
has no clue. That's sad, but true.
You ever gone ice fishing, JM?
I've not, but I know lots of people who have.
I gotta admit, I kind of like to try that one time.
I would. It's cold, man. Like, you better camping in the cold.
Yeah, you put a tent over the ice, I think, don't you? Keep the wind
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, the
What
guys
is-
they'll bring outdoor propane heaters, even bring them inside to stay warm, which is not medical advice.
Are you talking about the price of platinum? There, Silverboy Blues.
I think
'Cause
so.
I have an answer for that. I gave in a couple of videos ago. Another reason. Can you put links from chat? Way
Oh, no,
right side, put them somehow here for you. Can one of my moderators do that?
I can.
Okay, yeah, I don't know the answer to that one.
I can do that for you, Anti. If you want to drop a link, I can pick it up.
I mean, but you're a moderator. You should be able to drop a link too, or pick it up, whatever. I don't know what that is. But anyhow, as far as Jeffrey's, go ahead.
He just wants to know if you can click on it and actually get it. if he posts the link. Some people can't when they're in StreamYard.
Oh, Palladium, I'm not too aware of. As a matter of fact, I'm really not aware of Palladium. If any manipulation or whatever, I haven't looked at that sector. I've been concentrating on platinum, so I don't know.
Yeah, I would get it. I would buy it if it was a good enough deal. Like if it was under spot. For sure. It's look at how it skyrocketed. What was that? 7-8 years ago? Like it went absolutely ballistic. But yeah.
And it hasn't hit a low since then, has it?
I thought it had. Let me see. talking about palladium.
Mm-hmm. I didn't think it's
Well, it
going to
was
go
as
down
high
to
as
300.
3,000. It was as high as 3,000, and it's down at 1,000 now.
Same as platinum, but platinum was up 22, almost 2,300. How many years ago?
Here, I'll just share it so you can see. Oops.
Because back in 2011, 14 years ago, platinum was at an all-time high of 20, almost 2,300. Those were nice looking rings, by the way.
Yeah, Google knows what I've been searching.
Okay,
That's palladium there.
what's the years underneath it there? Okay, so it just recently, like 2020, was it 2021? It hit those highs. Yeah, okay, 2022. Yeah, no, it's not going to come back up anytime soon.
2021 and 2020.
Yeah, it's already double peaked. It's on its way. It's going to go back. What's the price right there?
About 1,000.
Yeah, it'll stay where it'll probably drop to about 800.
Its high was around 3,000.
Yeah, it'll drop.
Like
probably
that's a
87.
value buy. That's it. But who knows?
It'll be kept low because car industries are going to need to use it over platinum because platinum has more future use case for newer technologies than palladium does, even though they're very similar for use cases. The specificity of platinum for the newer technologies is needed, not palladium. So palladium's going to be resolute to the old platinum uses of catalytic converters and shit like that. And car companies will quickly manipulate that market and keep it at a low price, in my opinion. If they even keep it as once catalytic converters are not needed, it's not. I mean, this use case drops by 60-70%. Once that happens, who the hell wants it? That's when you buy it. Wait for the next round of new technologies 20 years down the road, 10 years down the road. Yeah, see, platinum's still being manipulated. If you took a look at that platinum chart and compared to that palladium chart, in my opinion, because it's about time for platinum to freaking retake off. It's been 1.5 decades, not just 2 years since it hit its all-time high. And of course, same goes for silver. Its all-time high was what?
49.
2008, 2011, somewhere around there.
2011 and 1980.
Yeah, so 2011, same for platinum. So once silver starts to run again, trust me, platinum will start running. And the price for silver, I'm thinking, dude, hold on a second here. I'm going to show. Hold on. How can I do this?
Here, I'll stop the screen on mine first. There you go.
I can't remember where I put this fucking video.
Yep, I got it, Auntie. I'm going to email those links to Neil right now. So I'm going to mute up.
Did I do playback or did I do live playback? Okay, this might be it. I might get a strike. I'm gonna watch this a little bit, see what's up, see if it's the right one. Yep, this is the right one. All right, I'm going to present, share screen. This one here, that one there. Okay, yeah, you can obviously tell this is ITM trading. Let's see, get to the part.
Silver ratio and the dollar to gold ratio. What are they? What do they mean? And how can you use them to make sure that your financial future is protected? Ratio. How is it calculated? Well, it's very simple. It's the year-over-year increase in the money supply divided by the year-over-year increase in gold production. And here's where it gets interesting. We already know that gold is a finite resource, meaning we can't create more of it out of thin air. About 85% of the world's gold has already been mined, but there is still more production happening every year. But what's wild is when we look at that and compare it to the rapid expansion of the money supply. As this ratio increases, and I'll explain the difference in years in a second, it highlights inflation and underscores gold's role as a stable asset, especially when compared to a fiat currency, which can be created in unlimited quantities. I mean, just look over here at the M2 money supply increasing like crazy. It shouldn't be called the money supply. It should be called the currency supply, because true money, gold, can't just be created out of thin. This is back when the United States was on the gold standard, meaning that there was a relatively stable relationship between dollars and gold. But as we move forward in time, the gold standard is abandoned, opening the floodgates for more dollars to be printed, and gold remained stable. So let's look at this again, because before you say, well, gold to dollar ratio is just today, it's not just today. On the right here, this 5-year and 10-year, these aren't projections. These are averages. So it's taking the average of the last 5 years and the last 10 years, which is consistently showing us that inflation jump actually even a.
There we go. That's what I want to see. The dollar to silver ratio now. See that number right there, 684?
Yep.
Technically, let me blow this up so everyone can see it real quick. That didn't help. That number right there is somebody is valuing silver per ounce as 684 and putting it on the debt clock, or that is the true value of an ounce of silver. And our economy, as skewed as it is and manipulated as it is, does not reflect the actual value that it should be.
Hey, Neil.
Huh?
Stay on that tab and go to the bottom right-hand corner and click that box. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no, that's even better. You weren't interrupting, you were helping. Thank you. Yeah, so I think personally that is what you can see probably as a new all-time high if shit hits the fan or if our economy and it doesn't recover quickly. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
I could debate that. Because if you look at the definition of what the dollar to silver ratio is, it's based on, I think it's new mining production to creation of new currency. So
okay, but both of those numbers could be manipulated if we stop printing the currency and just start destroying it like we used to keep it under control, and didn't find any new mines. That would drive the price up.
That number's been all over the map.
Okay.
It's been, but I know exactly what you're saying. Like something is really awry when you see that.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't seem right. Something smells.
It's like disinformation.
That's a better way of stating it. Something stinky.
You still there, Nickel?
Yep.
He hasn't fallen asleep yet.
Just chilling.
Oh, I think that definitely the real price of silver is higher. I don't know. I don't think it's probably 600. So.
I don't know if you watched that program. She saw the price of how she showed the price of housing increase, the price of everything increase, and the percentage of all of it. And then she went to wages, and wages were like 8%. Everything else was like high double-digit increase. Wages weren't. she started mentioning about that disparity. And once people start talking about that, people's eyes get open. What's exactly happening? Then you start getting FOMO into gold, more so than there is now. And then the gold price will fucking crash. People will sell cheap. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Way to stay out of it is create something new and different and work for yourself and just fucking create shit on your own. Don't rely on
Well, the
others.
mining ratio is 7-1, but that's a lot of that comes from a secondary source, that like a copper mine or something, and not really silver mine. So we know the 7-1 is not accurate either. That's, it's only 7-1 because of that particular situation.
Clean Air Energy said they found silver and copper along with the platinum vein. So, a byproduct, they're going to get copper and silver also.
Hey, Neil, I wanted to share that screen again because I forgot to highlight a real milestone that shows up on that. I've got the screen shared. Well, I'll tell you in the meantime. And that is that silver has officially broken through $34 an ounce.
On its way to 51 by December 31st, 2024.
It's at 34.06 right now. And that's the first time it's been in that at that price point in well over a decade.
If it goes up 25 cents a day to the rest of the year, what would it be? You have any idea?
That's the highest that it's been since 2012. What was your...
In 2011, it got to 49 plus, 49.60 something, I think, 49.69, I think.
Yeah.
So I think it's on its way back to right at 50. It may go over 50, and then they'll say, "Hey, we can't have that happen." And then they'll start working on it. But I think it actually may go to 51 before it comes back down.
I think there's going to be strong resistance at 35. It's pretty much just floated right up from 32 to 34 with nothing in like a matter of a couple days.
Well, you know what I think? I think what's happening when you see something make, what's the saying? When you see something, silver make $3-4 a day swings upward and downward, we're very close to the crash.
I just shared that screen, Neil. I wanted people to see that it's
Oh, I'm so sorry, man. I was paying attention to something else, brother. There you go. Thank you for drawing my attention to it.
Yep, that's it right there. This is going back to June of this very year. And we are at, here, I'll zoom it in so you can see that. $34.06.
I can tell you what, man, whoever's writing a diary over these past couple of years probably make more money than all of us when they sell it to Hollywood and tell the story in 20 years of what happened. What happened in the 2020s? The great, or the silent depression. The silent depression of the 20s. Which I believe, honestly, we're in.
I think we're definitely at least in a recession.
It's the highest since 2012.
And Sal doesn't think so, but I'm going, remember they changed the rules on how they were going to define it. Remember that we got gold at all-time highs, and when gold is all-time highs, your economy ain't booming. So I think with that factor too, I believe we've been in, I think, in a recession. I think we've been in a recession for 3 years.
I'd say at least close to 18 months, I'd say. But we'll find out. History will tell.
Cool.
History will
That
tell.
purple line is is gold now.
You know, whoever has YouTube shows that they actually give away gold or give away silver, excuse me, or sell silver would have been doing themselves justice and still doing themselves justice if they're buying silver rounds and stuff at bulk. So that way, when silver does go up to 45 an ounce, you can put it for sale at spot price or $5 below spot price, and you're making a profit, and everyone's buying from you.
What's
Side
what-
gig for someone.
what's Bitcoin doing? Because I don't think it's doing all that well, really.
No, it is. It's been bouncing back.
It's
Uh,
it's an interesting. Bitcoin's an interesting thing. What's going to happen with that after November? It's come the halving. It's going to go. It follows a pattern. Last pattern, Saylor and all these other billionaires was throwing and borrowing tens of billions of dollars to throw at Bitcoin to increase the value of it by, throwing money at it and buying, and, everyone else FOMOs into it. And that's what happened. But it was stopped because people started questioning what he did along with other shit. And the halving was over. And you haven't heard shit from him this halving either. But what you are hearing about is President Trump talking about America buying Bitcoin. That would be the bump that'll take it probably well over 120,000 a share, easy for a token or whatever the fuck it is, no matter if it's a Ponzi or not, because you're going to have the same amount of money funneling into it this halving as you did last halving, which means in January and probably April it's going to bump up, and you got to be actually Gerald. Tell us, when's it going to bump up?
So in this case,
Gerald Draper, I need to highlight what he says about that. He'll tell you the months that it should jump up.
the purple line
Mode right now.
You think Trump is really going to do all that?
If there's a war on our dollar, yeah. And there is a war on our dollar. BRICS is basically a war on the dollar. So why not try and save the dollar by investing in something else that's supposed to replace it? That would strengthen it, especially if you sell into it.
Well, Auntie thinks that silver might go up $18 in the next 72 days.
That would put it at
Anti.
53, wouldn't it? 52. That would
Yep.
put it at 52. I'd get another prediction right.
It's possible. I wouldn't bet too heavy on that, but it is possible.
What's that?
$52 silver by the end of the year.
How fast does silver run the last time it hit its high? How many months did it take to get there?
Really fast.
Then it's possible.
It just melted up.
With silver sprints after gold runs. What would the average be? It would be if $2,700 gold, $50 silver would be 54, 55 to 1.
Yeah. And I think it should be around 50. All things considered.
Literally, it should be more around 30, but.
Yep. But there's a lot of manipulation and
for economic gain, keeping it at about 50 to 1 would be more economical for the scenario that we're in. Yes.
right. Yeah, it seems like a decent compromise. And I also love that the American Gold Eagle says 50 on it and the American Silver Eagle says 1. And that to me highlights a 50 to 1 ratio.
Hold on. Use that exact same logic, and what's platinum have on it?
100. That makes sense too.
Yeah, so platinum will be worth twice what gold is using that metrics.
I go by the $20 double eagle and a $1 Morgan. That's what I go by.
And if you go back to the 1933 gold double eagle that has $20 on it, that same year platinum was $40. So there's almost 100-year ratio of fucking gold, platinum being twice gold's price. Right now, it's less than half gold's price. For the first time in ever. ever recorded history. It's this cheap.
There you go, Neil. So Gerald replied. He said it is in accumulation mode, and then says, "Have you forgotten the winter jump will bring gains in Bitcoin and then trickle into 5 to 8?"
Dude, Gerald, have you forgot I'm a coat tailer when it comes to crypto? Whatever I've done, and I'm coat tailing because I don't know what the hell's going on. I know about the patterns. I know that after every halving, it used to drop 9% of its previous value, and on the last halving, it only fell 70%. So the long-term stabilization of the volatility is lowering, which means this they drop only 50% from its all-time high from this halving, which will probably the last opportunity to purchase it if it doesn't go to zero before it goes to 1 million. Now, whether it goes to 0 or 1 million, I don't know. But if American citizens through Trump are going to be investing in it, I'm thinking they might just fucking anything that's not perfect works if the government. Look at Tesla. It wasn't perfect at first. We kept dollars at subsidies at Tesla. Now it works. You know.
Mhm.
Thank you, Jethro Boda. Mentioning that 100-year cycle.
Yep, I still don't give it. I'm just still not a fan of digital.
Well, I'm not a fan of anything. I have my own pathway, and I'm sticking to that pathway. But I've been put into some situation where I'm getting a piece of something, and I understand the concept. I'm really not a pro nor con. I do know that if we do want to go Elon Musk's way, I can tell you this right now, we will have a digital currency. Because if people are working at a moon base and they want to get paid so that their wife can pay the bill down on Earth and something at the local PX up on the moon, you ain't shipping them dollars. You're sitting at a keyboard hitting zeros and ones, transmitting their paycheck to them. That's a digital. So the future economy is digital. And I also know for a fact that during these 4 years of COVID, Russia has been working with the World Central Bank and the International Monetary Fund to digitize their whole fucking economy. And I've stated this on several other videos that I've done over the past 2.5 years, however long I've been doing this crap. And they've been doing that. We're not going to go to a single world currency right now. We're setting up for it probably within the next 15 years or so, but the BRICS currencies are going to get the forced CDBC on them because, as I said earlier in this live stream, other than India and Brazil, which are both actually controlled elections, there is no freely elected ruler of any BRICS nation. They're totalitarian dictatorship, communism, or severe socialist. That you can force things upon people. So to bet on that system is to bet on putting chains on your own self if it works. So congratulations to BRICS. It's going to show that the slave system will work. Luckily, we won't be part of it because we're not going to have a one world government. It's going to be broken into 2 to 3 parts. And I think actually still to this day, I'll say India will leave BRICS and BRICS will collapse. And they'll bring another. It's like the first of anything never works. So if this is like an attempt at a new world government, one world money system, it's guaranteed to fail. Because the first of anything always fails because it's flawed. Because the people that run it get too ambitious, release it too early, don't have enough control, are forced to do so by the money people, whatever the scenario, it never works the first time, especially if it's not a good thing. It took, 13 years for Nazism to really fucking change the world from not being anything but a concept? But it didn't take over the world, it just changed it. So they'll get the Eastern Bloc countries, but they ain't going to take that. They'll take the access, not the good guys. And we'll win the war, and gold and silver will come back. And because it's a fucking financial war, there's going to be reparations when they lose. So they better have a lot of gold, because that'll be the real money, and they'll have to transfer it to the people who won the economic war, which will be us. It's not a war of nukes, it's a war of currency. And America's still got a lot of errors left in its health. Not for this current system, dollar system, but for monetary system, for value of the sovereignty of our nation, we have a valuable dollar that will come out and replace this bullshit one we have, and it'll be so valuable to the rest of the world that they will want it, along with taxes and tariffs, being forced to keep it, which is typical of any nation throughout history.
I got a quick question for Nickel. I'm wondering if you've made any jewelry with the osmium pieces that you got. Like, did you do anything with that?
Nope.
So you're pretty much just stacked it and let it sit.
Yep.
Okay. Do you think you're going to, like, do you have any aspiration to make any jewelry with it?
Nope.
I figured you'd be the perfect person.
Gerald don't like Ron's basement.
No, he does not.
I'm not as bad as him though. I don't think silver's going to 10 million and gold is going to 26 trillion. You know, I'm not like that.
Well, if that's the case, only the osmium that I hold is going to infinity and beyond.
They'll use osmium to be what was they going to do? They were going to have a big coin, platinum, wasn't it?
Yeah, $1 trillion platinum coin.
They'll just do osmium and put it all into one unit and use osmium. That's what they'll do.
And Mokos, let's see here. I want to read what he's saying here.
Yeah, that's an interesting comment. It may be a new form of BRICS, but I can't see India and South Africa being part of it, really. Both India and South Africa want their independence.
Whoa, hold on a second here. Hold on a second. You're making assumptions that are false in this statement. First off, yes, China is a problem. And no, they will not be a primary reason for BRICS success. They're going to be a primary reason for BRICS falling apart. But India is going to be the stake in the heart. Their Belt Road Initiative and the agreements with foreign countries will be their bankroll is 100% false. In my own videos, I've stated several companies have already claimed bankruptcy that were on the One Belt Road Initiative, and Italy was on the Belt Road Initiative for 1 year when the Prime Minister, and I did a video on this as well, showing how the One Belt Road Initiative is a bankruptcy initiative for every country that signs on to it. So they can't pay China back. What China does with the One Belt Road Initiative is they steal all the money from that country and do a little bit of infrastructure, and they never finish the infrastructure, and the company's bankrupt and they can't do nothing. So it's a big theft ring. And if you actually look at Pakistan, the first country to sign on to the One Belt Road Initiative, look at the numbers, follow the money. They're on the One Belt Road Initiative. China gave them a destroyer. They gave them a destroyer. Okay. They give them weapons, and check out where the money goes. Where do they buy their weapons from? They're getting free weapons from China because they're their One Belt Road partner, but they still go out and buy weapons. Where do they buy them from and why? Okay. Well, first off, they buy them from America. And the why is because they found 1/3 of the Chinese weapons that they get for free are defective. And the reason why the only reason why they pulled out that destroyer for the one time that they did pull it out was because China forced them to, and they were scared the whole time that they had that thing out in the water that it was going to sink because it's defective as well, because China turns out 1/3 defective products and takes 100% of the cash. That's what happens with the One Belt Road Initiative countries. If you look at all the countries that have signed up to it and see how many of them are going bankrupt, so they can't pay China back. I did a video, one African country was claiming bankruptcy, and China's only move was to either show it as a loss or to write it off as a loss. In other words, they let the country go with the debt, and they forgave like a $3 billion debt from this African country because the African country could not pay them back. So there is no countries paying anything back that sign up to the One Belt Road Initiative because China steals all the money. And back to Italy thing, after a year, the female prime minister stated that they were getting out of the One Belt Road Initiative because she showed the paperwork to where all the agreements made and all the supposed money that was supposed to be made was supposed to have been a 50-50 on the exchange of wealth services, transfers, and all this other crap that goes along with the One Belt Road Initiative. And she showed in their parliament the numbers to where basically what happened was Italy got 25% and China got 75%. So it was a losing deal for them to stay in the One Belt Road Initiative, and they canceled it. And that's true with every country. The only problem is every other country that signed on with the One Belt Road Initiative didn't have a freely elected government. And they signed on. Same things happened with Africa. That's why Africa's a shithole nation that doesn't have power right now. The government stole all the money. Same thing happened with Venezuela. Same things happen in the Ukraine. That it happens with every One Belt Road Initiative country. Those countries' governments are the same as the three countries I just mentioned, and they take the deal because they'll take the money, but they sell their country out to where their country goes bankrupt. The people go bankrupt and they're poor as crap, but they'll never pay China back. And that's why China is going to go the way of the dodo bird. Not only that, China has big time civil disruption, and they're real close to civil war right now, but that's not being reported on the news stations. But it's actually a fact. The Chinese provinces do not like each other, and as they get more disruption of weather problems and flooding and need for resources, each province is withdrawing inside its own province to keep its own resources with its own people in its province, and that's a real big problem for China. And those are the people of China. So you can see what the problem is there. Yeah, but they're not reporting on it. But it's
well, China try to take.
They have to do something. They're falling apart.
Yep.
What do you do when you're falling apart? What do? They take you to war.
Yeah.
So now you got to look at, okay, well, if China goes to war with Taiwan, how many countries are they actually going to be going to war with? The Philippines, South Korea, Japan, America, probably India, because if you watch my videos, India actually is making 26 submarines, 6 of them to be nuclear. In the next 3 years, they're having these 26 submarines just to defend their waters against Chinese warboats. I thought they were buddies and bricks. Why did they order 26 submarines, 6 of them nuclear, to defend their water against Chinese warships if China and India are kumbaya? It doesn't sound like they're kumbaya if you're building your war machines up like that to protect yourself from your good buddy.
Well, North Korea could then take care of South Korea. So.
No, they couldn't.
No, North Korea is bankrupt.
Yeah, yep, they probably have water in their rockets, just like China.
But China could support them in order to keep South.
Only thing they can do is a conventional war, and that's with manpower. And their men are average age of 50, so they need to hurry up and do it. Because after the age of 50, the next age you have 30, and you have 1/3 of the men that you have at age 50 in China. So they don't have the army under the age of 50 to work with. So they need to hurry up and go to war, or else they're going to die off.
How old is Rocket Man? 40?
Late 40s, if that's really him.
His sister's, she's a mean sucker. I'll tell you that. I think she'd be worse than him.
Yes, they are, Gerald Draper. They're on the brink of collapse. I've been reporting that for a year. Everyone says, oh, you got to watch out anytime they change the mortgage deals to where they make it easier to get a house. So I do a report. The Central Bank of China is now accepting truckloads of watermelons as down payments for houses. I did that report 2 years ago. Is that not a clear sign indicator that the country's central bank is in problem? If you're in the West Coast, if you're in Western countries, that's a severe indicator that your central bank's in trouble. But I guess if you're in China, that's business as normal. You're not in trouble because no one wanted to talk about it, even though I reported on it. They've been in they are so close to bankruptcy. They're either going to go to war or fall apart. And it's going to be a civil war or a war with someone. But if they go to war with Taiwan, they've got too many other countries they got to face. And they also have to take all their manpower and run it across an ocean or a small sea or a 90-mile stretch of water. which at any point in time our submarines can take out any ship that goes across there, much less our satellites and planes. So they don't have much of a chance to actually get there. If they get there, if we are resolved and resolute in defending them as we're supposed to in our trade and treaty agreements. So basically they have until November 1st to make this attack. Because after the election, the stance of America is going to be a lot tougher on them to Taiwan. And we already have all of the capabilities through robotics and new tech to handle any issue that they throw at us. So they're going to look in another direction for war. They've already poked the bear a few times with India because they went to war with India in 1962 and they didn't really resolve the issue. They just quit fighting. And they're actually right now, as we speak, building up. I think China has 2 new air bases and like 750,000 infantry built up on the Indians' northwestern border. And India, in a record amount of time, did a boring project. I'm sure Elon Musk's company was involved, through a mountain range to where they can get their soldiers to this one area like 6 hours faster and without a chance of any kind of snow fall on or avalanches hitting and stopping and blocking the road and stuff. So they can have a clear run to throw more soldiers in the same area that China has 750,000 infantry built up and 2 new air bases built up. So I don't know. They might try a small skirmish with India up around the northwestern part of India or southwestern part of China, the Tibetan region area. They might try a small civil, not civil war, but conventional war, man-to-man up there, because they just had a conflict like 2 years ago where it was reported that 20 Indian soldiers were killed and an unclaimed amount of Chinese were killed, and not one bullet was fired because they were so high altitudes, all the guns had frozen up. So they were like fighting with sticks and bats and stuff, and they were still killing each other.
Oh.
So knowing that, I would say they'd probably go to war with India. And it'll be small and quick, but it'll be enough to boost their economy or whatever. And
I don't think we really know China because they don't tell the truth about nothing. I don't think we know what they have and what they don't. I think they're a wild card, but you don't really know.
No, they're not a wild card.
They lie about
They're a
everything.
drunk uncle who's got 3 heartbeats left, and they're getting kicked out of the bar. That's China.
Ancient civilization.
No, excuse me. That's the CCP. That's not China. That's the CCP. China will always be around, and if you actually look at it, what'll probably replace China will be called the new Tang Dynasty if they get their way. Because before the CCP, China was 4 or 5 different dynasties, for which the Han Dynasty was one. The Ying Dynasty, the Tang Dynasty. There was a couple. There was like 4 or 5 of them. Each of them throughout history ruled what they considered to be China at that time in history.
It was a Ming. That was one.
I mean, I had Ming Dynasty, yeah. And then there was one dynasty. They got all the other dynasties under control, and they became the Imperial Dynasty. And that's where they built the Imperial City, where the Imperial Emperor is supposed to reside still to this day, and blah, 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 blah. It's a nice little city.
Yeah,
It's very small.
Silver Boy Blues. That's right. I think definitely that's the army that the Bible's in referencing to. Yep. And one thing about Chinese, they are very independent.
Well, here's something that no one thinks about. You do a population check, and like you said, China lies. Their population is supposed to be 1.2 billion. India's population is 1.4 billion. China's population's on the decrease. India's population's on the increase. China's average age is 50-something. India's average age is 20-something.
Yep, but India.
So you might want to rethink where those million come from.
But India is now saying you can have 2 kids. So.
India is the new China. They've already transferred most of your chemicals.
China.
Most of your chemical refineries have already been transferred from China to India, along with a majority of manufacturing processes have been transferred. Russia has already stolen all of the business from North Korea from China because China can't keep up with the manufacturing needs of North Korea. And that's where I think that China might actually attack Russia, because Russia's already kind of hurt them economically.
Another interesting thing is India's official language for business is English,
Of course it is.
unlike China, right?
Yeah, and they're going to be I did a video on that. They're the demographics of India to China as far as population. In 20 years, China will have 700 million people and falling. So they have no manufacturing future. They don't have a population. It's falling. It's already past the point of no return. I don't care how you believe, what you believe. It doesn't matter. The fact is they're on a downfall, an unrecoverable downfall as a nation. Something's going to happen. I don't know what, but something is. You look at India, their population is 1.4 billion, average age of 20. So in 20 years, their people are still going to be only 40, the average age, which means they still have another 20 years to work before they retire. So who do you think is going to be controlling the next 40 years of manufacturing? China or India? I'm speaking just from a money situation. Where would you throw your money at, knowing the numbers I just gave you?
Does China have a census?
Not since COVID, no.
So they probably don't really know how many they are.
No, there's a lot less since COVID. I can guarantee you that. Because one thing I did see the number was there's two numbers. Well, actually, one was a picture. The other was numbers. The picture of their crematoriums burning 24/7, 365, and then orders of their urns were like backdated for like 3 years because they had so many on order. And that's what you put the remains of people who you burn in is an urn. So I don't know what the next census will say, but it'll probably be about 10 million less than it is now, if not more.
Well, for sure.
India, Modi loves Trump.
Of course he does.
So that's where he could maybe exit the BRICS because of Trump. So that is a potential possibility.
No, not at all. I've already told you why. I did a video on it. Not because of Trump, but India has been actively trying to be a reserve currency on its own, separate from BRICS for 4 to 5 years. They've been increasing the amount of bills for rupee. Excuse me. They've kind of strong-armed a couple of the smaller Brunei, Tibet, and a couple other smaller countries to keep large numbers of their rupees in their banks to be used as a reserve. So they've already set themselves up to be a reserve country for the region that they're in. Why do they need BRICS? And this is things they've already done. And they've got more gold and silver than any country on the freaking planet. I don't care what you think China has. I did a report. There was 3 vaults filled with gold that was been put in there for the past 2,000 years. One of them, the Indian Supreme Court determined belonged to the Hindu religion. They opened it up. There was like $3 trillion worth of gold trinkets in that one. There's still 2 more vaults to be opened up. They belong to the Indian government. So since the Indian government already has a couple countries using the rupee as a reserve so they can be considered a reserve currency, I don't know why they'd need to use BRICS if they're wasting all this time going in the direction I'm telling you they've already gone in and are continuing to go in. But they are. And so when they open up these other 2 vaults and find out they have $6 to $7 trillion worth of gold and they back the rupee with gold, all of a sudden these countries that don't like the rupee will want the rupee. And by then, BRICS will look like shit, and they'll probably all transfer over in that region, and they'll become a regional economic powerhouse.
Silverboy Blues is going to corner the market on osmium adorned urns in India.
Right on.
That's freaking funny.
Sorry, I gotta put some tea on the kettle. Or put the kettle on whatever. Make it tea.
Don't forget to steep it.
I'm gonna freaking waterfall that shit.
You're gonna do it however you want. Current population of China is 1.4 billion.
That's what they say. What's the current population of India? They're going to say 1.2, 1.3.
It's really close. But I agree with you completely. I think that that China's on a long-term
Downturn.
slow but down. I don't think they're going to tank or anything, but slow decline. And
They've got to. They're going to. What's eventually going to happen is they're going to get rid of. What the problem with China is it's not China. It's the CCP. It's their form of government. They took over in 1937. Okay, they were our greatest allies, dude. If you want Africa as far as resources, we could have had China. The fuck do we need Africa for? For some reason, we allowed them to go communist. There's a purpose behind that, and it's a temporary purpose. They'll be gone. They'll have served their temporary purpose, and yes, temporary could be 100 years, because social experiments throughout time, if you understand in the bread and like history, the social experiments have been going on, and I don't still to this day do not know who is responsible for these social experiments. But there are social experiments that go on with countries, and someone okays that, and the next thing you know, boom, here's America. So there's social experiments that go on from others. We just gotta see that and realize that we're in a social experiment change right now. And it's
socialism experiments.
Huh?
Socialism experiments.
Yeah, so no doubt, socialism is an experiment for sure. But we're going to go back to a sound money system, and it takes a while to convert from one system of currency to another system of currency, especially if you got people on the other side of the world doing different shit, which we have BRICS. Yeah, thank you, Anti. See, look at that. India's already bigger than China.
And you know what? I think that India also has gone around the world. Like in Canada, the amount of people from India here is incredible.
Oh my God, you guys have so many Sikhs up there. It's pathetic, bro.
Yeah.
You got to love the Sikh religion, Indian Sikhs. Yep. They're very passionate, freedom-loving people, brother.
I had a good buddy that was a Sikh.
Oh man, I love Sikhs, bro. They tolerate me because I'm like a wild thing to their belief system.
Yeah.
But dude, I fucking love the Sikhs, man. I don't agree with their religion, and I don't care that I disagree with it. They're great people because of their religion.
Point I was trying to make is I think that as much as China, I'll have to use the word sort of infiltrated, emigrated their people over there. India is all around the world too. There's not too many countries you can go to where there's not people from India that have moved there.
Man, there's a lot of Indians, bro. We have 320 million Americans. They have 1.45 billion. You know the difference there? That's like 4.5 times more people than Americans.
They run a lot of the gas stations and hotels here.
I got a funny story. This was before I moved here, so it was probably 98 or 99. A friend of mine named Noah, who's an Iranian that left Iran because the overthrow of the Shah. Him and his family got pulled here. And he was given, obviously, a couple 7-Elevens. So he owned 2 7-Elevens in Concord, California. I was talking to him one day. He's like, Neil, you need to work on your social skills. You've been working that iron too long. I was like, why don't you let me work at your 7-Eleven Friday night graveyard and Saturday night graveyard, so that way I can work on my social skills. You only got drunks coming in. They won't mind. He's like, all right. So he let me work there. So the first thing I did, you got to imagine, this is California, 1998, 99. Motherfuckers come into a 7-Eleven. They're expected what Nickel just said, Indians with Indian music and shit. They come into a long blonde hair guy playing Van Halen and ZZ Top and The Who. And they just stop. I've had so many people stop and just look around and say, did I just get transported back to the 70s? There's a white guy working at 7-Eleven playing rock and roll music.
Yeah, the way it used to be.
I had so many people make fun of me for working. They're like, no, not a bad way, in a good way, in this way I just described, but similar, They were like, holy shit, a white guy playing rock and roll music at a 7-Eleven in the 90s, really? Because they were all expecting Indians. We're Iranians. Needless to say, I quit because we got robbed. And dude, to this day, if that guy didn't have the shotgun, I could have taken the other guy with 38. But as I was thinking of how I was going to do it, the shotgun appeared to the left side of my fucking temple, and I was like, can't get away from 2 bullets at once. So I just opened the drawer and hit the fucking button and stepped back and said, hey, you guys want some cigarettes? If you want to wait 60 seconds, I can push this button. You'll get $200 more. And I started bullshitting them, and they ran out. Cops were right on their ass. And Noah came back. I said, dude, fuck this. I don't need to work on my social game. Motherfuckers in your world pull guns on people. I'll keep being an asshole so people don't stay around me to pull a gun on me. And that's a cool story. I had to go to court like 5 different days over that. Lost a lot of work. It's all videotape, not lying.
I believe you.
Yeah, it was, man, Silverboy Blue. It was, I was like, I wasn't concerned at all because I've had people pull guns on me a lot. And I've never had 2 people do it because that's obviously, it changes everything, especially from 2 different directions. It's like, dude, I'm not Jean-Claude Van Damme. I'm not fucking the dude from The Matrix. I'm good, but I'm not that damn good. And it wasn't my money. Fucking thing. I grabbed a few packs of cigarettes. Yeah, they just happened to grab a few packs of my brand. I don't know what the hell they were thinking.
Serendipity.
You take it all in stride. I'm still alive. I wasn't shot. Fuck it. And I didn't work there no more because, fuck it.
Yeah, the only thing I've ever been shot by was dart from a pellet gun. And I'm actually pretty happy about that.
I've never been shot. Been shot at quite a few times by several different entities. Thank God. Knock on wood. Not one hit. But I tell you what, you remember that sound of the one that didn't hit you. The one that comes close. Woo, boy, howdy. That is something you don't want to hear ever again. Because that's some badass motherfucker wanting you dead, and they came close. That's like, oh, shit. I'll change pants a little bit later. Let's change tactics and let's take care of this problem here. Big problem. This motherfucker wants us dead. But, you have better tactical support, and you don't have to worry about easily drones overhead. A couple missiles that taken care of. But you still shit your pants. I don't care what they say. I know I did. Fuck that shit. Motherfucker's trying to kill me. Motherfucker. Let us ask the kingdom come. We'll figure out who the fuck it is later. Yeah, I hate that sound, man. It gives me the EBGBs to think about it, bro.
Hey, Emerald Coast Stalker, have a good week.
Yes, thank you for stopping by, brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, no shit, Jethro. Yeah.
Oh, I was wrong. I've been shot by paintballs. Lots.
Oh, yeah. They used to have, they might still have them, the Super Bees. They were out here in the Bay Area. I used to practice with them with paintball. I used to fuck them up, man. It was fun.
Especially if you've got extra CO2 cartridges.
Shit. I think differently, man. I knew I had limited this, limited that, and I knew they didn't know shit. And I knew they were overconfident because they were like number 2 in the nation for paintball, and this was their practice range is somewhere in lower Napa, Sonoma County. And I was out there having some fun with them. And they just never expect someone to be so aggressive. There's one time, once there's big horns sounded, 2 sides against each other. They never expected someone to go full out sprint along the outside of them, to go all the way back corner and then come back and come in from their rear. And we all had to have masks on because those paintballs will fuck you up, man. They hit you in the face or the eye. You could blind somebody.
Oh yeah, you should be wearing a mask.
Oh yeah, no, we forced masks and a couple other safety devices, and you had to limit the amount of pressure to your gun and shit like that.
Right, like in that case, a mask will actually protect you.
Yeah, and that's why they lowered, and they had dudes in safety gear that would randomly pull you aside to check your PSI, make sure you didn't increase it. If you did, you got kicked off. But anyhow, I came around the backside of these motherfuckers, and they were in like a horseshoe pattern. And I even took time to look at it, and there's like 12 of them. And I was counting them. I was like, not a one of these dumps. And they all had masks on, so obviously there was vision issues. So obviously I couldn't blame them for not seeing me. But they never planned for someone to come at them from the rear. I was like, these fools. So I took my gun. I just said, and I got all 12 of them before like someone was coming to check on him, saw what I was doing. And I was having so much fun shooting him from behind. I didn't see him, and he ended up shooting me. But I took out like 1/3 of them.
I got it. I got a Nickel News sports brief if you want to hear it.
I doubt we can stop you. Go ahead, brother.
New York beat Minnesota for the championship in overtime. 67-62. Sounds like a really good defensive battle.
Is that water polo?
No, that is WNBA action. So now we got to wait until next year with
World Wrestling Pro Conference.
Time for Caitlin Clark now to take the league over next year. Yeah.
That sounds like fun.
If I'm still on here, I'll probably be doing her games next year. I don't think she'll have the following that she did this year. I mean, but still pretty good. Not like as crazy as it was this year. Nope, you couldn't get enough Caitlin Clark this year.
The only breaking news I've got is that silver's still above $34.
Holy cow, 34?
Yep, sitting at 34.07. Yes, sir.
Some bitch. That's interesting. Hold on a second here.
Mm-hmm.
So what's your selling number, JM?
Well, it's not so much about a number as it is about a time. But so when I buy, I like to look at the 50-day and the 200-day moving averages. And
damn, JM, your computer infected my computer. I got the same damn trying to show me.
So when the price is below the 50-day and the 200-day moving average, to me, that's a good buying time. So if I have extra cash, I'm likely to buy then. If I needed to sell, I wouldn't sell unless it was above the 200-day and 50-day moving average. But hopefully I'll be able to hold on to it until at least 5 or 10 years into retirement. So
well, when it got to 50 last time, what did you do? You just waited to lower the buy?
I wasn't in at that time. I started
Really?
stocking in 2016.
Hmm.
Yeah. No, I haven't been in it that long.
So if it got to 60, you wouldn't sell it all out and wait till it went down
No.
to get back in?
No, not just on a trade. Like, yeah, if I was tight enough on cash and I wanted to do a trade and buy something else that was of value, like say osmium or platinum, then maybe that's a pretty good run. Right? Say if platinum dropped in half from now, say it dropped to 500 US, then I might consider swapping some of that. But I know your price target's what, 500 or something?
What, to sell? Oh no. My for silver is if it gets to 200 an ounce, I sell it.
200.
Or when I get to 62, I'll probably start selling it. So that's one of those two. No matter what the price is, I'll probably start selling it at 62.
Gotcha. Yeah, and I don't look at it quite that same way. But man, that 200 number sounds pretty delicious.
Well, remember, 200 silver today, it's only $50 silver in 1980. So
when adjusted for inflation.
Yeah. So it
Yeah.
is possible. And so, and I got heat when I said he could get 200's not that big a deal. Oh, the cities will burn, it'll crash.
No, we're already at 200 silver. The economy's at 200 silver.
So it won't do that. And I'm not for sure. Like I said, back in the 1980, if it had got to 100, if they would have let it instead of interfering, changing the rules and all the crap they did, freezing the market for a while, we could have survived $100 silver. Which what would that be today? Now that means it would be 400 today silver, and we could survive that. I think 1,000. I don't know. I've never experienced it. I can't tell you what would happen for sure, but I don't think it would be the well, it wouldn't be Mad Max, I don't think. But now some people think so.
I don't think that it has to be a Mad Max scenario just because the price of silver went up that much. I don't think so. I think the number one driver of the price of silver is industrial demand. It's not us stackers, and it's not even us stackers and the jewelry industry combined.
Yeah, but there are more stackers today than ever before, though.
I think so too. Yeah,
The population's more too. So
Puts the pressure.
percentage wise and populations are two different numbers. If you confuse the two, while talking about the two, you're going to mess up. Population's increased, so the population of people that have silver likely would have increased, but the percentage of people that had silver might not have increased.
Yep, Silver Boy Blues. I read your comment. That's right. Just right at the end, I would say, and then selling is okay when it's above the 200-day and 50-day. I would use both. I do use both for buy, and I would use both for sell.
Hey, but remember this: back in 1980, China wasn't what it was. India wasn't what it was. I mean, look how much silver they both need or use or buy. So you got that factored in too. So again, silver should be higher right now. I think we can come to that
For
conclusion.
sure.
I think I know I'm high right now, but I will go higher. I'll follow Jim Morrison.
Okay, gold.
Since we're into music.
Gold. What is the sell price for gold then? Well, you just couldn't pass it up. You said, I've got to sell it. It's just, I can't.
$250 for a 10th ounce. See, the question isn't
It's
what
already
price
higher
you
than that.
sell at.
It's already
It's
higher
what-
than that.
Of course. It's at what price you bought it at. I bought a couple 10th ouncers. It cost me after everything. It cost like $89-$90. So I sold it for $250. That was a hell of a fucking deal for me. I made $160 on the shit. So it doesn't matter what price you sell compared to what price you buy.
Hey, Silver Boy Blues. Yeah, it's easy to get it complicated. And those aren't the only metrics that I would look at, but that's a good sort of core. I like those two moving averages. And even like if I was trading stocks or trading commodities, I'd be using moving averages as well to make buy and sell decisions. Definitely. But it's based on the premise. It's kind of like looking at it as dollar cost averaging. So say you've got, say you win 100,000 in a lottery and you want to start deploying it. You don't deploy it all at once, right? But so I'd be looking to deploy it at those times when it's below 50-day and below 200-day moving averages over a period of maybe a year or two. And like, since I'm looking at it sort of as retirement, hopefully I don't even need it for retirement, but say I did, then I'd be looking at maybe cashing out once or twice a year. And I just try to cherry pick times when it's well above the 200-day and 50-day moving average, like it is right now, actually. Sorry to ramble on there, but
Oh, no. I enjoy it.
easier than typing.
Yeah,
Wow.
no. I love it. I love when people give explanations, full explanations. It's cool.
Well, I'll show you what I mean. I'll pull it up on the chart here. It's not foolproof, but it will eliminate the possibility of you buying everything at the peak. Right? or selling right at the bottom, right? It's based on making multiple purchases or multiple sales over a period of time.
Here's a interesting investment strategy.
Yeah.
Go ahead with yours first. Go ahead with this.
Okay, so I just want to. Okay, so you've got that on there. So what you can do, and there's so many charts that are done by TradingView here. Go to indicators, moving average. And I just go to simple moving average. And I actually want two of them. Okay, so they showed up here now. And I want them, the one of them to be 50-day. So you go to inputs and length, we put 50. So now the one is set up as 50-day moving average. And the other one I want 200-day. And I wanted a different color though.
Well, I still get silver for about $4 an ounce anyway, so it doesn't matter
Right.
on the average buying. So
Yeah, but if you would have, what if you would have bought it all at 45, right? Like
I
you got it
would
cheap, but
never bought in at 45.
The red
I
one's a
would-
200 day.
okay. So now because I've got week, the W there, which is week selected, I have to switch that to day, or else it'll do a weekly moving average, right? Which is a good point for you guys, or for anyone watching. So now we're scrolling out a long period of time, and you can see if over the period of time, the red is 200-day and the blue is 50-day moving average. If you had a strategy of buying and just saying, I'm only going to buy during periods of time when the price is below both.
We don't have a
That's
golden
it.
cross there.
Then you would have had a relatively low average cost. And at the same time, though, let's say back here, you were wanting to sell because you're in retirement a couple times a year, and you said, I'm only going to sell when it's above the 200-day and the 50-day moving average. You'll see that you would have avoided at selling at any of the bad points. And the more frequent your transactions are, I think the better that works.
I see a lot of death crosses and golden crosses that are indicators of buy sell. Last one being golden cross, I guess would be an indicator to buy, and the market showed that would have been a good option at that time.
Yep. So the last good time where it was below both would have been February 2024. And this would be a time that you would not want to sell because it's not above both. Anyway, I think you guys get the point, unless there's any questions on that.
I always get something different out of what people say, man. I'm weird. I saw something totally different, but I liked what I saw. And it was also explained in what I saw too, so it's cool.
Do you want me to zoom to, you were talking about golden crosses. That's where the 50 and the 200-day moving average crosses?
Yeah, it's a death cross and golden cross. When one goes over one way to another, it goes down. If it goes the other way to the other, it goes up. And the last indicator is right before it goes totally up. So that would have been a buy time and hold until you start seeing they're close to it, coming to the next death cross.
If it's between the two, then it's kind of like a I wouldn't really buy.
April would have been the time to buy that April golden cross.
Right here.
No, other side of the chart.
Oh, over here.
Right there, that one right there. That's his buy right there, right there. Boom! I would have bought like a son of a bitch if done it. The market went up because of that golden cross, and I don't see a death cross in the future, so it should be higher than the purchase price, which is a good buy.
Yeah.
Depends on your point of view on looking at it and how you look at it and what you use to determine a good buy or not a good buy. There's lots of different indicators, lots of different viewpoints, lots of different perspectives. Obviously, no one's got it right except for Nancy Pelosi. I honestly don't think she uses fucking indicators. I think she gets some insider information, but that's just me.
Oh
Don't
no,
let me see me
she's
say that.
she's just smart.
Well, remember
Mhm.
Hillary? Remember Hillary had that one transaction on that beef?
Oh yeah, the world's greatest transaction or some shit like
Yeah,
that.
that's the only one she's ever done, and she made an absolute killing on it.
Oh
And
yeah. Oh yeah.
and
Hey,
it,
Shadow Work. Good to see you.
Hey Shadow.
hey, but which of us wouldn't really act on insider if you really thought the voice called you up and said, "Hey, buy this, it's doing this."
It depends on my position. If I worked for the government, I wouldn't think of it because that's just wrong.
Yeah. There's those that
It's
believe
just-
in karma, and there's those that.
Well, if
pay
you're
the
going to
price.
work for the government, you're working for your future and your children's future at the same time. So, my perspective, you'd want to encourage efficiency and productivity, not waste and stupidity. So, I'd probably get fired if I ever worked for the government, or like when I did happen to be in the military, I got asked to leave very quickly.
Have y'all seen Wall Street, the original movie?
No,
It's a good one. Have you seen it, JM?
The Wolf of Wall Street.
No. The original Wall Street in 1987.
I might have, but I had short-term memory loss at the time.
That was about insider stuff. So
Okay. Yeah, that stuff's real for sure.
oh, I know some people that had to have insider help or something. I just don't think that, by knowing the person, I just don't think they could have got as rich as they were unless they did that. They had to.
Yep. There's a few people that know what's coming well in advance, and if you're rubbing shoulders with them, you can definitely benefit from that.
and then there's anomalies that see patterns that see what's coming, and micro nuclear and small modular reactors are going to be the cause of 75% reduction in energy prices by 2030. What that means is those industries are going to grow exponentially by 2030. It's not an overnight investment, but it's a good, solid, long-term, sound investment. I mean, what nanotechnology just got listed on the Russell 3000, publicly listed micro nuclear power plant building company here in America. There's other countries that are already doing it, but they don't have so much regulation as America does. When an American company gets regulated to do it, every country in the world looks at that company because obviously they're at the highest regulation. And if they're still doing it, that means they're the best. That's one good thing about regulation. One bad thing about if you over-regulate, you stop that same thing from occurring. So if you use regulation wrong, this administration's using regulations wrong.
Yeah, they're using it for political position.
Yep. Trust me, dude. When I tell people, and I've said this before, Han Solo Ironworks was an ironworking company. I took the time out to get my C51 contractor's license. That's a structural steel contractor's license. I was licensed to build high-rise buildings, and I had to have the knowledge to be able to build a high-rise building. And I started a company to do that. And in the starting of that company, I got waylaid by this in 2020, and I lost everything. So I know what's going on. I see what's going on. I put it together real quick, but I'd already swung. I was taking a swing for my chance of batting it to the fucking fences when all this shit happened, and I got bamboozled.
I think it's Endicott Steels was in the movie. So and so likes Endicott Steel, and then that would cause a certain bunch of transactions to happen, and then they would. It was pretty
good.
It was a good. It was a pretty good movie. And he got his greed, his good speech, and all that stuff.
Jeffro. Anaconda Steel. Anacata. No, my company wasn't fictional, brother. Yeah, I was pissed and stupid, and I didn't keep the C-51, but I've got them. I can get it back. It's not going to be a problem if I wanted that. But that's a lot of headache, man. God, it's a lot of headache. I don't even see why I wanted to do it in the first place. Other than it was hard, and I knew I could do it better than everyone else. But then this shit occurred, and blah 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 blah. But if I go to another state, I'll probably get my C-51 again, so I can build my housing system. Floor is yours.
Who, me?
No, whoever wanted this commercial.
Oh.
Osmium is a platinum group, precious metal. It is significantly more rare than diamonds or gold. While it is toxic in its natural state, it is completely harmless in this crystalline form. The crystal structures are unique on every piece, which is the key to a very impressive security feature. It is very strong, hard, and reflective, similar to, or greater than diamonds. The price performance of osmium has been strong and steady, making it a suitable store of value. We see it becoming popular with stackers, and those who like knockout bling on their jewelry. Due to osmium's high value density, it is relatively easy to store, and easy to move or transport. It will never tone or tarnish. Think generational wealth.
Oh, sweet, Indy. Uno's a very good game, actually. I enjoyed it as a kid.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Second grade in Italy, it was one of my favorites to play with the family. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right back.
10-4. But yes, I would seriously take a look at the micro nuclear reactor. It'll probably be the highest ratio gaining investment to make for companies that make it to public entity. And if you can get a hold of one that's a private and doesn't go public, dude, they're probably going to do better than the ones that go public. Especially if they don't work in America, because America's got the hardest regulations. Of course, we're the most profitable marketplace, but you can turn out a lot more of them. Like, say, another good use for micro nuclear reactors would be places in Africa that don't have infrastructure. For the same reason, micro nuclear reactors would be good for exclusive mining sites that are out of the way and hard to get to, that you can't take hundreds of miles of power lines to cheaply. Same in Africa. You'd have to, you have the animal story. We have all these issues. You bring in a small micro nuclear power plant, set it down, hook everything up to that. That town now has power. No infrastructure needing to go to another location for power generation and distribution. So now you've increased the development of other countries. So there's a lot. Yeah, I like draw fours too, and reverse. Reverses are good. But there's a lot of profitability, and also, again, speaking of Africa, since they're so rich in resources, the probability of a mining company needing a micro nuclear reactor to do mining wherever they're allowed to mine, that doesn't have the infrastructure and set up for electric lines and stuff like that, is very probable. That's how it's supposed to be, Andy. That's how you know you're raising a winner. So the less probable there is to have infrastructure. I did a video, I don't even recall what country it was, they're building a city of like a 45,000, and they've already completed the infrastructure to where the trash can. Oh man, you want to know George Jetson crap? It's one of my videos I did, I think last month. The trash cans of the main city that you go to and you put the trash in the trash can has a vacuum sealed canister that fills the trash and gets sucked in a quarter of a kilometer or half kilometer away to the distribution center of trash, and it's all done under the ground, so you'll never see a trash truck above ground. You'll never see a utility workers. They've got the same thing for electrical. All of it's run underground, so all the utility and maintenance is done underground under central location. So you'll never see these public services even on the surface of the road doing their work, because their work's underground. And they've already got that infrastructure built for the city. And there's companies right now bidding on different blocks in the city to build. It's like some new tech city being built in Africa, as far as what they see as the future of city development. And parts of it looks like it'll be expensive, but also looks kind of cool. You know, we'll see how it works. I'm keeping my eye on it. There's a couple of cities being great. Actually, it's going to be a lot more. But yeah, keep your eye on Africa. There's a lot of good things going on there.
I think I want a WNBA team to run.
You need to get an West African team to fucking play, so that way you can talk about West Africa. There's a lot of tall girls down there, buddy.
I would love to do the negotiations and the contracts, and I love that. That'd be right up my line.
Yeah, I can't help you with that one.
Baseball, I could do baseball.
Yeah, I can't help you with any of that stuff. I don't do sports. Best I could do is probably one day when I'm mega rich, I might buy a sports team if it's financially viable. And that doesn't mean I know anything about the sports team. That means it's profitable to own it, so I'd own it.
Well, basically, the value of your team is the sum total of what the players are playing for, basically, this day and age. That's what it
no,
is.
what it is ticket sale and merchandising.
Well, your asset, though, is actually the ball players.
And that's where statistics come in, and you got to look at the statistics and set up the games that you can set up to win with the statistics of the players that you have. And it's all math. If the players play up to their statistics. That's the guessy part, the tricky part. Because a lot of players don't. Some players overachieve. Like Barry Bonds, for example, fucking overachiever. But most of his team wasn't. They were just kind of sort of average. And then you've got gambling that changes the outcome of games.
Wow.
And that's been a proven fact throughout history, even recent history. Looking at that one dead Pete Rose and all the shit that he's admitted to doing.
Yeah, but he didn't. He did not fix games to win, though.
No, of course he did not. And no one would ever think of doing that. He was the worst offender ever in history. Okay. Yeah, right.
No.
Yeah, no, if he's willing to talk about it so freely, that means because most people do it.
Oh yeah. That's
So,
a fact.
There you go.
You'd have
So
nobody
why
in the
talk
Hall of
about
Fame.
a game that you know is already fixed?
You would have no Hall of Fame if you didn't allow him in and you took everybody out that gambled at least on one game. You wouldn't have a Hall of Fame.
No, I'm not talking about gambling. I'm talking about fixing games.
No. Pete Rose never did that.
Oh, but and forget that. Listen to this. Okay, Pete Rose never did that. 100%. Nickel, 100%. Pete Rose never did that. You're right, 100%. But because Pete Rose 100% didn't do that, but 100% did talk freely about it, that means that there's 50 people out there that freely did do that, which means the whole thing's freely fixed because Pete Rose felt so good about freely talking about what he didn't do that was illegal in gambling on games. Doesn't mean that people did even worse shit. It means that a lot of people did worse shit. That's what I'm saying. Now, if he tried to fake that he didn't do it and all this other stuff, then I would think that maybe not so many people did it. Because he so freely admitted it, that means Everybody does it. If you can get $1, I'm sure you'll fix the game for that one season in your career because it means more money for you, and that's why you're there for the first place. That's a fucking American tradition nowadays. Exactly. Barry Bonds. Yeah, I'll take steroids and lie about it because by the time I get the money, it won't matter. That's
Steroids.
status quo. That's why I don't care about sports. Because all you're doing is giving some jackass a whole bunch of money and glorifying someone who has no morality whatsoever and is getting overpaid to do something with a little round or roundish style ball. Wow, that's hard work, bro.
The media made a big deal out of the
You gotta understand trigonometry to fucking be able to bounce that thing around and shoot it. Well, everyone who fucking spends 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, or for 2 years at shooting the ball can be real good at shooting the ball.
Well, that's their work. That's what they do.
Yeah, and it's all rigged.
No, it is not. I can tell you.
Nepotism and cronyism, baby.
Okay, guys, this is on a lighter note. Right here. Hope you guys
like Bud Light. Is it that
Who needs
lighter?
personality when you can switch who you are at the push of a button?
It's Sid Swish Kamala. That's right.
Oh, hello, young lady. Quite a marvelous day, isn't it?
Why does she talk so weird?
Let me play with her.
Well, hey there, little nugget. I'm going to be the first black female president of the United States of America.
Man, this doll sucks.
Accent Switch Kamala can emulate any accent you like, as long as it grants her credibility.
Bonjour, tu aimes les croissants?
Merde américaine.
Guten Tag, Sie lieben ein Bratwurst? Ufta, 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 da.
Luke, I am your mother.
It's Sid Swish Kamala. That's right.
But wait, there's more. All new Accent Switch Kamala comes with 2 bags of campaign money, a blind eye for illegal immigration, and her own multi-laugh 3000 generator. Laugh in every way possible. Let Accent Switch Kamala turn your life into a complete circus.
When you give me more money, like Uncle Joey did.
Don't you worry, little man. The money's coming.
I don't understand.
Oh, excuse me, honey.
I meant to say the money is coming. I love ice cream, Kamala map.
It's Accent Switch Kamala and brand new Tampon Tim.
You know, my grandma always used to say, Kamala, Janu, please wash your hands so we can eat our chicken masama.
It's Sid Swish Kamala.
Freaking hilarious.
Like, share, subscribe. I'll drop the link for that for you guys if you want to show that.
Oh, that's funny as hell, man. Yeah, do. Most definitely. I'm sure
send that
everyone
to
here would like
Barbara?
to see that a couple times.
Yeah, send it to Barb.
See you later,
Yeah.
Gerald. Thanks for stopping by.
Good to see you, Gerald.
You know, I think this meat might be old. What's the date on this? Used by January 6th. So I guess not.
What are you talking about?
Olive loaf, Eckrich olive loaf. I know you ain't supposed to eat it. It ain't good for you because it's processed. But I gotta have it every once in a while.
Right on.
Oh, and I don't know if JM was still over there or not, but
Still here.
Rocky is going to open up his flowing hair coin live tomorrow if he comes in. He thinks he'll have it by 3 o'clock.
Is that like $1,000 coin?
If he gets that little mark on it, what you call privy? If you get a privy, he said a privy graded 70 would be probably worth between 3,000 and 4,000. He said.
And how much would he pay?
Oh, I think it's 100 something in it, or is it 200? It's between 100 and 200, I think.
And that's just a chance that you might get a privy mark on it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And if the other one, I think would grade. If it doesn't, if it's a perfect coin, I think he said it still would be worth 1,000.
That would be cool.
I meant to ask my anti-sport loving friend, if he was going to get one. Are you going to get?
So is the economic war. It's real as well, Shadow.
Is he going to get? Is he going to get? Are you both going to get one of them? I'm not going to get one.
No, I'm not.
One what?
One of the new U.S. Mint flowing hair
No.
coin.
No.
I've never bought from the U.S. Mint. The only place I've ever bought is various different coin shops and peer-to-peer. Never online. Yet.
Well, all the people are telling me, "Oh, never buy from. I'm done with the Mint. I'm done with them." And then
Yeah, a lot of
the new
people.
one comes out, bam, they're already buying
Right
them.
on it. Yeah. Well, you got to be patriotic, and I think that that's a big part of it, right? If it weren't for patriotism, I think a lot more people would have actually abandoned it. Especially when they came out with the Type 2 Eagles. Like, if I could do anything, I would just say go back to the Type 1.
I have one of the new Eagles, and most of the others are the old Eagle.
My feelings wouldn't be hurt if we did a whole new mint of the coin, whole new picture.
Yep.
I got the new one from guess who? Yankee. That's where I got the new one from. I won it on his wheel.
Right on. I haven't been to Yankee Stockings channel recently. I used to go on there all the time, but there's only so much time in a day.
I'll never apologize for the dollar. One thing I'll say for sure is don't worry about the dollar. Every other currency will crash first.
That's right.
Yeah, you ain't got to worry about it. Look at other currencies. If they got the balls to play the game with us and they'll crash their own currency or be used as a pawn to have their currency crashed, good on them, because they're going to crash before us. It's just a matter of willpower of what countries are going to be willing to be sacrificed by the big players. But the American dollar will be the last one to go. And before that happens, hopefully we'll have come to a parlay with the other side and come to an agreement on a reevaluation of the precious metals prices to back all countries' currencies at a singular amount per ounce rate, whatever that new amount might be, to stabilize all world currencies of every country on all the planet, not just a few. That would be badass, because then the whole world would have a say in the currency and the control of the currency and their sovereignty and the control of that currency. And that is a good currency. Allows sovereignty of every country.
There's my
There he
flowing
is
there.
in the flesh.
There's my flowing right there. Right there.
Right on.
It's a copy.
Aw.
Oh.
Base reveal.
I actually really like Sunshine Minting has Sunshine rounds that very much resemble American Silver Eagle, but it's got their mint mark on the Eagle side.
I think I'm going to be more interested in waiting a bit and getting up some capital through other means and waiting for a prime opportunity, using the purchasing portfolio of the micro reactors of whoever purchases them, and keep an eye on where they're going to be delivered, and might even try to buy into a new mining company that'll start within the next couple of years and see if I can't be a part owner. maybe like 1% or something like that.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, because just owning the precious metals in some other form, I mean, that's cool, but
Yeah, leverage. You can't beat leverage.
yeah, if you own part of the mine that's making that, isn't that even better? Even if it's just a small 1% of a smaller mine, but still a productive smaller mine, you know, not doing hundreds of thousands of ounces, but maybe tens of thousands. Still 1%. That's yours, and it's cheaper than spot. So it's actually a good investment, you know.
It's interesting. A buddy of mine came over earlier today, and he was showing me some of his stock statements. He was not able to decipher it, and he had a pot stock and two all penny stocks, two mining companies, and the two mining companies were spin-offs of other mining companies that he bought. So it wasn't a dividend, but it was neat. I've never seen that before. But it was like by being invested in them, he ended up getting stock in two spin-offs.
Oh, now that is interesting. That was contractual by that mining company.
Yeah, like it wasn't a whole lot. Like
They actually probably used leverage from the stockholders to do those spin-offs and paid them off in shares.
Yeah, it would have been the equivalent of, say, like a typical dividend, like maybe 5% of
That only works if they're profitable. Otherwise, it screws the investor.
Yeah, it's weird. 999.
Yeah, I saw that too. That is funny. That is hilarious. Yeah, things are fixing to change, man. You know, Russia, like 2 years ago, started refabbing their old World War II ports up in the Antarctic and the North Pole area, and creating a couple new ones and establishing new bases up there. They probably already have a small modular reactors working, but that knowing that fact, again, back to another subject, reaffirms with other contracts that have been signed for them to have 3 of the largest nuclear powered icebreakers, guarantees that by next winter, at the earliest, they should be able to keep the northern route open year round. So that actually will fuck China hard, because then you'll have no need for any of those deep water ports for transit. A lot of the transit will go by rail up north to cheaper locations, and China will go bankrupt. Sorry, that just pleases me, that thought. CCP will go bankrupt, not China. CCP. China's actually a beautiful place. The country in control, the government in control of its success.
Hey Neil, Auntie was asking what happens when osmium makes contact with 24 karat, with gold 24 karat or higher. Anything? I'm pretty sure.
You see that dominoes that JM has as a picture? That's gold with osmium. I don't see anything happening when they took that picture. No, absolutely nothing happens. Unless it's in the crystalline form. The only way something could happen is if you turned the osmium over to where the crystals were facing the gold and you rubbed real hard, you'd actually scratch the gold, but you do no damage to the crystallized osmium.
Good point. Yeah, it's the osmium in its crystallized form like that's extremely abrasive.
I think like a 0.5% or a half hardness rating lower. No, excuse me, 1.5 hardness rating lower than diamonds. I think it's at like an 8.5 and a diamond's at 10. I'd have to check that, but I'm pretty sure it's 8.5 crystallized osmium.
Speaking of which, I didn't see Ian in here tonight.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but thanks for mentioning. I was hoping to get through the whole live stream without anyone noticing. Yeah.
No, I noticed earlier. I just
never... I can guarantee you something happened, because He doesn't take coming on my show lightly. I'll just say that. So
I saw
something
him.
I was talking with him earlier. He was working on his the driveway where it went to the street, and he was moving some larger rocks around. So it's quite possible he might have hurt himself.
He was on Sal's live stream. I saw him put a couple comments in there.
At what time?
Say around 7 Eastern, so 6, 5, 4 o'clock your time.
Huh. Yeah, who knows? Then maybe he just forgot.
Or got tired. You never know. Like, I know he's busy.
He is. I've helped make his job a lot more difficult. Well, not a lot more difficult, but to give him more work.
We're busy. What do you got there, Nickel?
Gemstones. There you go. Look at that one.
Not a good representation with half your finger covering it. You need to get one of them poker stickers that like Long Live Coins and Space Miner have.
That's smoky quartz right there.
Nice.
These are crystals. What is this one?
They're just small.
I ain't sure what that one is. I'm just going to pop it open just to take a look inside in my deterioration over years.
I was watching a video that actually showed how to grow your own gemstones. Just starting with the distilled water and its chemical ingredients.
You can do it probably.
It was really neat.
Opal. But you need some sort of I don't know, probably a high pressure, kind of like making diamond, but not as much.
No, it wasn't pressure. It put it in a solution and it crystallized on its own. You take the nicest crystals out of it and then you keep it submerged in the solution. And over the course of days, weeks, and a month or so, it'll
play nice, guys.
What are you saying?
Be kind, helpful, and grateful.
Should actually find that. Here it is here.
A little protection.
This one's a lab-grown emerald.
Very difficult to tell if it's lab grown or if it was natural, right?
Yeah, well, the lab-grown emeralds, to me, they look like chrome dioxide, pretty much.
Gemstone chia pet. Yeah, the video I watched, Jeffro, was kind of like that. I've actually got it queued up. I'll attempt to share it after Nick's done.
You have any like 6, 7, 8, 9 carat shit that's transparent? That looks like it might be something.
Citrine.
I figured it was a citrine.
Can you put him a little bit bigger, Neil?
No, fuck, that would hurt everyone's eyes.
There we go. Is that lab grown or natural?
That'd be natural.
Very nice.
Not very good clarity on it.
Nope, I was looking at that.
Not bad.
Kind of hard to tell on video, but it didn't look as opaque as necessary. Not sure if opaque's the right word. See through. I think opaque would be the right
Well,
word.
this is a Montana sapphire. I love Montana. It's got
Blue.
Clarity. It's got clarity to it. It's a trillion cut.
That's
I can never
right.
get it. Slick.
Blue green.
Yep.
You need a pair of those rubber edge tweezers.
That's what I was telling him earlier.
Yep, that's a nice one. I love Montana sapphire. Very expensive. It's very expensive because it's inside the country to get it. So those are a little higher. Now this one.
Leave them inside that white thing and put it up on the camera so that way your finger doesn't cover half of it.
I don't think you'll be able to see it good. You sure ain't going to get the color of that light to go through it.
That's blue.
Yeah.
But it's a dark blue. It's not very transparent.
Almost.
No, that's a sapphire.
Needs transparency.
This is an emerald.
Too small.
Back when they bought this, they paid $22.99 for it. 0.25. Zambian emerald.
How many carats? It looks like
0.25.
1.25, a quarter carat.
Now these, the purple looking ones, that's tanzanite.
See, now that's more the type, but I need them bigger. Those are very transparent, but still have color.
These are topaz.
Need about 6 carat.
London blue. This is London blue topaz. This is the most liked topaz that's out there. London blue.
That's really nice.
I could use that.
And
how much are those?
They paid $25 way back when. 25, but it's not
So
like
I'll give you 30.
Actually, it's a pretty good price. I'd have to.
Yeah, I know. $30 is a real good price. You ought to take it.
Yeah, I might have to throw another gemstone in free. I think I'll probably take you up on that, Neil. They're nice, but not. They're still just topaz, and they're nice stones. They're pretty good ones, but so yep. Those would be 2.5 a quarter carat each. 4.5 total, I think. Pretty good. 7x5s. I mean, that is about as small as you want a gemstone. You know, that you can see it good and you know what it is, you know, like that. These are all secondary stones. You want to put this
those are too small. That other one's too small too, the 2.25.
Yeah, you would want to put these with a diamond as a secondary stone. I mean, they're not even earrings unless you got them for kids.
It's a little stud ring, maybe.
And then this is opal. Those two are opals. I think they were made for earrings, but
too small.
These are they're 2.64 carats.
I said I need about 6 carat.
Now this one you can almost see through. I don't know if I can.
Yeah, it looks like mine.
That's amethyst.
Yeah. Mine's darker. That one's light. I like it better.
Here's the other one. The partner for it. So there's you two. They pay $23 each for those. They got to be out of their mind. Zambian emerald is not that great. It's not. I like them, but I mean, it's not. They're not that great. And here's the bigger one. So what they did was they got the two smaller ones and they got the bigger ones, probably to make with some form of jewelry. And this one was $55 for that one. And the reason is it's the cut. It's an emerald and an emerald cut.
Yeah.
And that makes they can sell those for more. But they don't touch Colombian emerald. Colombian emerald's the best. Now here is some white opal.
Do you have any Colombian emerald?
Do I have a Colombian? I think I do, but nothing like what he's got. Size he has his, and this is a ruby, and it's a Burmese. So Burmese is the best ruby. So that is a good ruby.
And opal's in there too.
And then the other one's is white opal. So,
yeah, that's great.
Yeah, white opal. It's very boring. It's not as much color to it. Of all the opals, I'd say white opals is the least. Didn't Gerald Draper want to buy some gemstones too? I think he did.
Who knows? Only the shadow knows. He went to bed, I think.
And then there's just a weirder cut. You don't see a lot of cuts with this amethyst. Hexagon.
Amazing clarity on that, though. Can
Oh
see
yeah,
it.
these
Yeah,
are good.
no
You can
problem.
look through. Yeah, these are good stones. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, how liquid are gemstones? Gold and silver, very liquid. Good
Oh,
question.
they ain't nothing like gold and silver. You have to, gemstones, the really good ones, it's kind of like art. That's really
There we
good.
go.
You can sell, pretty much whenever you want. But an average gemstone, no, nothing like silver or gold. Yeah, that was a 13.79 carat.
This is 11.3.
They don't get the price on it, what they paid for it. The morons. It's too bad. I'd like to know what they paid for it. It was tested, everything. It's all on here. And
I bet Indy would like these. Is Indy still here?
and it tested for magnetic ability, magnetic properties, and it's no magnetic. There are gemstones. If you put it on the table, and I had a shoe magnet, I could just move that gemstone right across that table. So there are some that have magnetic properties. So, and here's the metals. What this company dealt with, this jewelry store, they got silver tone, gold, white gold, copper, platinum, copper tone, plate, filled, and gold tone. So that was what they sold back then. Did you see palladium? No, you did not.
I didn't see none of them. You read them though.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying
I'm just being a smart ass.
this was quite a ways ago. I would guesstimate it's a pretty simple form, a really simple type form. Probably mid 70s. I would guess it's mid 70s probably. And they did go up to 18 karat this place. So I think now a typical jewelry store is going to offer palladium, a lot more different products than what they got here now. And of course, nickel you're not going to offer because too many people are allergic to it. So,
Yeah, I heard sterling silver is the most popular right now.
and now these are not great. These might be Colombian. I don't think so though. But I don't think they're Zambian either. But these are two emeralds. So there you go.
You have any?
They do match. They do match good. I've got some that don't even match. I'm telling you, man.
Quiet.
They just sit there and then they look at this stone, that stone, this stone, that stone, and just go till they get them matched up for earrings. So a match set, though, you can get more for those than you can, say, a single stone or what's he got? He's getting his Colombian out. Who is this? Oh, JM. All right.
You have any of these?
I can't see. It's in the bag.
That's osmium.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got osmium. Let me see. Oh, he'll look. Oh, that's a sapphire. So,
Which are magnetic, Nicola? You were talking about if you had a magnet, they go flying across.
I can't remember which one it was. I know it wasn't. It's probably wasn't a garnet. I don't believe it was any form of garnet. It was.
I'd never heard of a magnetic gemstone.
Oh yeah, it's got. Oh yeah, when they move it across, it'll move with a magnet underneath the table. They used to do it on JTV all the time. So, and it could have been, but there's called a Malero ruby, and they use lead glass to fill it, to shape it and fill it.
Yeah.
That would probably give you a magnetic response to it because it's got lead in it.
Gems that are magnetic: black tourmaline, black garnet, black star diopside, black obsidian. I'll just put it in the chat.
This is nice. This is I'd say Ethiopian open opal, and it's flat, so it's a flat piece. That would be good, easier to put it onto something to fix it. Now this is what Neil would like. Opal, and man, you can almost see through it.
That's opal?
Yep.
I've never seen one all rounded like that. Usually it's more like a disc or very thin.
It's got the got a
wild.
lot of green in it.
It's pretty.
Yeah, now this looks like it could just be, it don't feel a crack. It don't feel like a crack on it, but it looks cracked. But I think it's just the shape that's in it. And that is opal. And it's got a lot, that's got some purple in it. Look at this one. This one, it's almost 100% clarity. It's unbelievable. And I believe it is opal, but man, you know, hardly you can't, all you can about see is pink. It's almost like look through.
Almost looks like a jelly bean when you suck off all the
Well, like
coating off.
there's some medicines that looks like a jelly kind of a deal.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah. And then this one, oh, this is kind of cool. It's round. And it's, my fingers, as small as they are still too big for it, but that's a pretty cool piece. These are all pretty cool pieces. And you never see it. Like, I've never seen anything like those for sale on JTV. Of course, these are garnets.
See the red flashing off that? That's
Garnet,
Ethiopian,
they're pretty cheap. But
Ethiopian white opal.
But they don't get reproduced by lab. Garnets don't get reproduced. So eventually, I'm assuming, I don't know how many mines are, how much is left to be mined, I don't know. But one good thing about it is, at this point, to my knowledge, they cannot replicate garnet through lab process. But then again, they're not in demand. They're not really in demand like other gemstones. Now, these are just crystal here. Hearts.
Is that like rhinestone?
No. You'd have to look up the composition of rhinestone, but it's no, these are crystals. And then this.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Matter of fact, I'm going to put these in here with it because I can't use this anymore. My top broke.
Hold on a second, Nickel.
What?
I need to. Indy, is she still here?
I think so. Some emeralds.
Actually, probably go better that way.
Yeah, that's got some decent clarity, and that's a good size stone, and it is pinky.
I need. You like that color?
Yeah, I like Colombians.
Not you, Indy.
Oh.
Yes, no?
How could you not like those?
I don't know.
Freaking gorgeous.
Okay, cool. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Now that's a diamond. That's a brown diamond. Somewhat rare.
Nope. I'm gonna use my style of jewelry making. I'm gonna cut them in half and put a little osmium square underneath it on like probably a gold plate, mount it, and have them as earrings.
I wanted to show you guys this, and wanted to see your thoughts on it. This is how to grow your own crystals at home. It's like a 3-minute video. I think it's worthwhile.
What was that?
So they're just picking out the nicest one. So they actually grow in that solution that they started with.
Interesting shadow work.
Okay, so that's the 3 things that they started with. I'm not going to try to pronounce them all.
Potassium ferrocyanide, copper sulfate, and something else. Potassium alum. Potassium alum. Never heard of that. Alum.
Yeah, and distilled water. And I think that's it. All that.
The thing is, that rope, that little string they had tied around it, it's inside that gem, so it's an imperfect gem.
Yeah, it wouldn't be perfect.
As far as clarity goes, you'd have that piece of wire string in there.
Yeah, so if you can do that at home, imagine like if you've got a multi-million-dollar lab making them, like you're going to be able to make some amazing masterpieces, in my opinion.
I'm sure.
That's the train. And these are 2 pink diamonds. A little over.
They're not pink diamonds. They're fake.
Nope.
Yep.
Lab grown.
Yeah. How much
lab
are they?
grown,
$2,000-$3,000.
About a quarter the price of if they're natural, right?
Yeah, so it'd be $2,000 or $3,000.
Yeah, if those were natural, those things would be probably $1 million.
Fucking expensive as hell.
But lab grown are real. They test real. They test the same properties.
What would you say those would sell for right now?
It's been a while since I've had them. I wouldn't have a clue. I'd have to look it up and get a price comparison, but not as much as you think. The diamond market has gone way, way down.
You go to the shores of southern Namibia on the Pacific Ocean, and you can pick diamonds up off the ground. Just dodge the AK-47 bullets from the guards, keeping people from grabbing diamonds that are on the beach. They're plentiful as hell, brother.
And this
has a stranglehold on supply.
That's a black diamond. Natural.
You racist.
Black diamonds, in my opinion, ain't worth squat. But then I told some people that, oh no, they're bad. Well, I think of all the diamonds, black diamonds has got to be the least coveted.
I would say so, Indy.
I can't see what she says. Now, this is a ruby. Not a good one, though. But it does have size. It's a fat one. It's a fatty. I think that's a ruby, too. Yeah, here's one of those Mahalo, or whatever. Sounds Hawaiian. Ruby. And now this is lead glass. It's not created. It's more helped. I guess you'd say help. It's kind of like a repair thing where they turn it into a stone. These ain't worth Joe's snot. This would be a very, very, it's probably $5. Probably what that's worth. So what it's in is worth more than it.
Chef Stacker in the house. Welcome in.
Sorry, I had a full mouth of Ritz crackers and tea. What's up, Chef?
Chef? Is he swinging gemstones?
No, you've got the floor on that one.
Yeah, here's a diamond. This is CZ, and man, when they're new and don't got the grime and grease on them, they look like a diamond. I mean, there's not a whole lot difference in it, like an average diamond.
It looks pretty good.
I know it. They look unbelievable. And then you go, but CZ ain't worth nothing. So, I mean, it goes like this. Probably $10. If someone really needs that size and you happen to be there and they didn't want to wait, they might give you 10. Other than that, probably $5 for it. I forget what all these are. Heck with that. Put that down there. Oh, this is synthetic. Now, I don't know what to tell you on it. I thought it was pretty cool just because of the size of it. And it does. It is neat looking. But it's synthetic. It's not real.
It's Memorex.
So good for costume jewelry. Bling, bling, bling.
Jade. Oh, wait a minute. Darn. Forgot what this one is. I think it's a form of sapphire, but it's like crappy, like. And then these beads here, that's amethyst. They are the real deal if you want 2 beads for something. And the blue stone is, darn it. Can't think of the name of the blue stone here. What we had a while ago, topaz. No, I've got a ton of them. Yeah, that. Matter of fact, I think I know what this is. This is Star Sapphire, I think, but it's in a different form. Yeah, it's kind of cool because you can see. You can't probably because you're not here, but it is a cool star sapphire. You can see the lines. Do you see the lines moving?
Just hold it as still as possible. Yeah, because even when you try to hold it still, it'll still move enough that we can see it. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, it is. It's different. Oh yeah, it's like it'll make you go cross-eyed if you keep looking at it. Where is my? Come on, come out. Let me see. Yeah, this has got good clarity to it. If I can bend it, if I can bend my fingers enough to do it. That's not a bad stone. If you like topaz. It's about the same size as these, except these are just an emerald cut. And this is not. Actually, it's about the same color blue. This might be a little lighter. So I can remember I didn't have a gemstone one.
So would you say you're more stacking gemstones as well, or do you do more flipping with them?
Oh no, there's not a jeweler with. Yeah, they have their sources, so they would never buy these from you. So I mean, what I'm trying to say, you don't have an LCS for gemstones. They just will not buy from you.
So if you're going to sell, you have to do it peer to peer.
You're right. Personalized sales to people. Yeah. These are emerald. Yeah. I've got some more diamonds, I think. I got another black diamonds graded, maybe at 1.5. Now, these are pretty cool. It's like sterling. It looks like copper. And these emeralds, these are absolutely fabulous.
That's emeralds. They look turquoise blue from here.
It's green. Emerald.
Maybe it's the stone in the center.
Yeah, these are nice, and it's leverback, so these are great. You ain't going to lose these. Impossible to lose them. I mean, that is locked, dude. I mean, you got to put effort into it to open them. So you never have to worry about losing these. Leverbacks are the best. That's what you want. If you don't want to lose your earring, that's what you want.
It's called liverback? Leverback.
I don't know anybody's ever lost one that's had leverbacks. When I get them in my jewelry boxes and the jewelry lots and stuff, you never see a leverback by itself, So these are emeralds. Now I think these are Colombian. Here you go. I knew I had some. Kind of got a Coke bottle looking green to it.
Yep, that's some bling.
Yeah. And these are lever. Let me see what these do. About the same difference. See, it's so hard, you can't hardly even do it. And then when you get it back on, it ain't going nowhere. It's got little hooks, like little hooks in this, and then it catches on. So you got to really put effort to it to open them up. I like that about them.
Yeah, they seem pretty durable.
And they're emerald. So these are decently valued. Those are decently valued. Now, I can't remember the little stones around here. I do believe these are diamonds.
Fancy. Good one.
I think they're diamonds, the little white stones around. So those are pretty nice sets. This one. What is this one? Oh, I wish they would write. They got all the dimensions, the carat, but they never write the stone. I had to find the card to find it, but I think this is tourmaline, I believe. I mean, it looks like emerald to most people, but I believe that's tourmaline.
I don't know. I keep wanting to say aquamarine. Does that look anything? Is that
I've
close?
got some really good pieces, and so I got a friend that's her birthstone, and she loves it. And I already gave her. This is the top of that other piece. Where'd I put that? Over here somewhere, I think. She loves that. Now, this one, I'm not for sure. I don't know if it's for sure. I think this is the. I don't know. This may be Paraiba tourmaline, and yes, it is expensive. It's about like the best tourmaline you can get. And it's got great clarity to it. That's a beautiful stone.
Nichols got the stones.
I got the stone. This one, gosh dang. I'd have to look this one up.
What, kidney stones?
Oh, I hope not.
No, I think I shoot them out like a fire hose. I've never had them. I'm assuming I have had them, but I just never keep them.
No.
You know.
You know. If you think you've had one, you haven't had one.
That's kind of a yellowish stone, and it's clarity. It's clear. That's probably of all the yellow stones I have, this is going to be the clearest one that I think I have.
The citrine?
No, this is
Topaz.
No, it's going to be, I think, a different one. I forget it now. What I'd have to find the card on it. I've got a card for all of them that identifies them.
Hey, that'd be another good game for you to play on your channel, Nickel. Name the gemstone.
Well, the only problem with that is, you know what it is?
You got to make sure you know what they are.
No, yeah, but the problem of it is, well, I mean, I can find green tourmaline. I can find pieces that are green tourmaline, emerald, sapphire, all these top of the line, each one. And I'm telling you right now, unless you have a piece of equipment, they're not going to be able to tell it. You're just not. I mean, that's how well they look so much alike in color. And if you cut them all the same, everything, you just got to look at what it's made out of to see the hints and clues and the signs of it, like it's DNA to tell you what it is. And I don't have if I looked into the machinery they use, I couldn't do it. They know exactly what to look for because they're trained.
Yeah, and experienced.
Let me see. Lord have mercy. Got a bunch of this is tourmaline of some kind. I know it's tourmaline. I think it's Aruba tourmaline. That's a beautiful one. That is a good stone right there. Clarity, everything on that one.
Dang. Well, people that are wanting to use their osmium and make jewelry should be sourcing you for gemstones. Would you be selling any of it? I guess you would, right?
If the price is right, I probably have to go back and try to find what I paid for it. Let's see. Let me see that one yellow one. It should come right up. I've got this is how many gemstones I've got, because for each one of these I have. Now, here's my tanzanite. I'll show you some of those. I don't even think my biggest ones is in there.
I think you need a warehouse manager.
Oh, I'm telling you right now, I could fill with my gemstones, my antiques, baseball cards, comic books. I got a bunch of comic books. I never collected them, but you buy a lot, it's in there, you end up with it. Not much you can do.
Yeah.
So, gosh darn. Well, I've got 10,000 of these cards all over the place.
Did you ever do any buying of storage units?
Oh, see what's in it? No.
I got a visual of you doing that.
No, when they do that show, for everyone they can show that they're not putting stuff in, which I've often thought they have.
Yeah.
That's what that was. That was my ruby one. That empty case. I've got to put that in I don't want to lose those. Now this is Burma ruby. Right here. These are top of the line right here. A pigeon blood red right there. These are awesome.
Rubies are popular too.
You just dropped it.
Yeah. These are nice. Matter of fact, of these size stones, I would think these are my most valuable ones, even more than the diamonds. I don't know if I can get it angled right where you can see it or not.
Yeah, rubies, if understanding is correct, to find clear rubies is really difficult. Like more difficult than a lot of the other gemstones.
If you don't have a discerning eye, a garnet could be mistaken for a ruby if the cut's good and the polish is good.
At that one I showed you, that dull looking yellowish one.
Yeah.
It is a sapphire. I got more cards over here, I think. Oh yeah, there's some over here too. Here's another. There's another ruby. Not as nice. You can see that reddish one in there. It's not quite as nice. That other one is a garnet. These purple looking small ones, they are tanzanite.
Emeralds. Sure, not emerald. Nickel's about to take over De Beers.
Dang, I forgot what this one is. This is kind of expensive ring.
I say you could keep it, Anti.
This is, I think this is tourmaline.
Cubic zirconium.
Aruba tourmaline right there.
Oh, tourmaline. That is nice.
That's a nice ring, peeps. Yeah.
No
Tourmaline's a good color.
And it fits me.
Oh, it's you. It's you, man.
I wasn't going to say a thing.
Wear it with pride.
No, wear it on Pride Day.
and you can see from the feel of it, just from feeling it and all, man, it is a good ring. It's a quality ring.
Well, and the diamonds around it, or whatever those crystals are, just totally reflect and refract that.
Yeah, it's diamonds.
Color back. Really nice.
Oh, peridot. Now, this is one of my better peridots. And what you want in a peridot is you want green. You don't want yellow. And a lot of the American, what you see,
Their shadow works.
when you go to these little department stores like in the mall and all, you're probably going to say, "Show me your peridot." And they're going to bring it out. It's going to be like, get out of here. This one, that one. It's going to be like that, and they're going to say it's peridot. I'm going, no, this is peridot. That's good quality peridot right there.
Similar thing with jade too, right? There's a lot of imposters on real jade.
Rubies.
And this is the best because it comes from Neil's favorite country, China, and they are the peridot kings. That's where most of the world's peridot, 80% of the world's peridots is in China, and they have the best. 2.75 carat. That is a good stone. And I don't want to lose that ruby. It's one of my better ones.
I'll give you $15 for it.
For what, the peridot?
Yeah.
I'd have to think about it. Now, this one.
No, don't even go there. Don't look nearly that good.
This is my Tsavorite garnet, which is the nicest one I've ever seen. And that's a pretty expensive stone. This is the ring I plan to put in. I want to do a platinum set. And I'm going to have it done. And platinum is so cheap right now. I want to go ahead and get the platinum ring. It'll be bigger than this. It's going to be bigger than that. It's going to be a really nice, solid, probably going to be at least a half an ounce of platinum. And then I'm going to have that stone put on there. It'll probably be around a $10,000 ring once I get that on there.
Nice.
And I've never seen one that nice before. Tsavorite garnet. Yep. That's my stone. Now, you want to see emerald in raw form, like a science contest or a science class. Here it is. This is supposed to be Colombian emerald. And what they do is they slice it off like disc and do stuff with it. I don't know what all they do, but that's what they do with it. So that is emerald. And if you see and you can see to it on the inside, you can see it's got the impurities right there. You got like a streak. And that's why it's Colombian. And Colombian is the best emerald. It's the most desired emerald that there is.
Why is that?
Why not?
I don't know. It just is. It's stylish. I don't know. But now you can also get this. Now, it won't be like this because this is Colombian. But you can get solid green pieces. There's a mine in North Carolina that does these. They make these. I don't know if they drill into something and get it out, but that's what theirs looks like. I've seen it because they've done stuff on TV, and I go, man, I got one of those. Mine's Colombian. This would be called a specimen of Colombian emerald. Anyway, it's cool. It's cool to have it. Not worth anything much, but it's cool. And then this one is a diamond that once was sealed. I think I bought a secondary, but yeah, there's a diamond.
Nope, they changed it out to for a cubic zirconium.
No, it's a diamond. No, it's better than a cubic. Man, it's not.
If that was real, that'd be like fucking $3,800, $4,500.
Nah, I'm telling you.
Retail, if it was in a gold ring, like,
dude, you see the colors come off that?
No, diamonds are just not what they were. I'm just telling you, it's not.
The diamond market's dropped. Other than the colored diamonds, I think that market still held pretty good.
If I had it graded, if they graded it and it met this standard, that standard, the other, now you're talking like what you're saying. But an ungraded diamond, no, it ain't that much. This is probably.
I'll give you $10 for it.
Probably it may be 300, maybe 300.
Okay, $3. I'll give you $3 for it.
It's a carat, but I mean, again, it's a diamond. So I mean,
Well, I
not a
pay
big deal.
$5 for carats at the store, so I'll give you $5.
Now this
2 for the price of 3 deal on kryptonite.
Yeah.
This gem is the one I hate the most. I do. But it's a nice stone. This is smoky quartz. And it's got clarity. It's really a good stone going by the standards of a stone, but I hate milky quartz. Brown quartz or whatever you want to call it.
So that would be a good one to make an offer on then.
Yeah, probably. I go, really? You take it off my hands for that? I might even pay shipping.
There you go. To Canada?
I've got a couple good smoky quartz. And this is the gemstone of what state in the United States for trivia? You don't know.
I'd say Maine.
New Hampshire.
Oh, it's close.
Yeah, this is Yankee didn't know it. I thought I had some fun with it. I said, what's your official state gemstone? I don't know. All right, I go smoky quartz. Now I bet he knows. You ask him that question today, and he will know. And then I don't know what this one is. I'm gonna have to go back and find it on my cards. But it is cool. It's pink. It's pretty. It is not a sapphire. I know that. But it's a nice piece, and it's got clarity too. You can see it. Very nice. I call it watermelon, kind of like watermelon pink. Kind of got like a watermelon pink color to it. But it don't stand an ounce to that ruby. Nah, rubies are good. So, and this is tanzanite. What's he doing out of his tanzanite box? That's tanzanite. Got a lot of purple into it. Let me see. I guess I just kept all my blue tanzanite together. That's probably what I did. I don't even think my biggest ones are in here. I don't think it's in here. Oh, it's been a while since I've had them. These may be my big ones. 102 carat. Yeah, this is one of them. The 138 is one of them. I don't think it's my biggest one, though. There you go. I think that's my biggest one. It's close. These two are very close. There ain't a whole lot you can do with these. That's what I'm trying to say. It's weird, but there's not a whole lot you can do with the one. But man, are they solid? It's huge.
Yeah, it is.
I can do something with that.
Throw it at somebody?
No.
I could throw it at 79. Say, here, you want this? Give me a slingshot. Whooshoo! It would be it.
Yeah, I could see it on other accessories, like maybe a lady's purse.
A brooch.
It's like a tiara, like on the, the tiara things they got.
Now, I think, this is my biggest one.
Or a pendant on a necklace for sure.
It's got some good cuts in it.
That's honking.
I was thinking a nose ring.
Yeah.
And you can see the blue in
Got
there,
her belly button ring.
but there's absolutely no purple. Zsa Zsa Gabor, but she's dead. That'd be something she would wear for a ring, for a lead stone. But no purple. That's why these would be more valuable if there was a purple hue in there, but I don't see it. I see Annie M.
Boy, Pride Pond.
I got a bunch of Tanzanite. Now, Tanzanite I invested in because I heard the rumors they were going to shut the mine down and all that kind of stuff, and put that back in there. Now, that has purple in it. We'll put that back
For anyone that likes these gemstones and stuff like this, make sure you're subscribed to Nickel Stocking.
There's anybody commenting I can't see and show
Channels all over this, all over this topic. Plus sports too.
Oh, on my channel? Oh, yeah. Let me see. Oh, here it is. No, that was that green emerald a while ago that I showed, and I didn't know for sure what it was. What did I do with that one? It was a green stone. It was emerald. There's a cert on it. The hexagon looking one. 10 karat. And this one, that's another amethyst. You know, amethyst is a dime a dozen. Even though it's good size, quality cutting, and it has other good features, they're not really super expensive.
There's Nickel's link in the chat there.
Let me see what this is.
Just in case.
Yeah, this is Tanzanite. And this Tanzanite's purple. So, oh, here's a good one. He'd like this one. He wants these clear. I'm looking for the. Oh man, I knocked that out of its case. There's another. I got to show you that. There's another. I'll show you that in a second. That's another ruby. You know, I wasn't a huge ruby fan, but then I got some pretty decently nice stones. Yeah, this is sapphire. Whatever that is, get that lint out. This is blue sapphire. Uh-oh, my top don't fit. No wonder it ain't working. What happened to my other top? Oh, that goes to that one. Well, shoot. Oh, that must have been the top I found over there. Anyway, the top's come off of them. Anyway, this is a blue sapphire. Decent color to it. But this is one I want to show. I'll show you. And that other big one that's got some clarity to it. This one is a pigeon red. It's beautiful. It's a bigger size ruby. That's probably the biggest one I have.
That's really pink.
Yes, it's not. That's a nice one.
It's pink.
Actually, it's about the same color as the other one, except this was bigger. So, teardrop. And then we're going to do this one. I don't know. If he buys them others, I might throw a couple free stones into him. It's the least I can do. I ain't going to miss them. Anyway, I'm not going to miss most of them. As long as I have one of each. Now, this one, dang. I can't remember what this one is. It's not, it may be citrine. I think it is citrine. You like clear? Look at that one. That's pretty clear. You got some good clarity with that one.
I'd say.
So I have about every color. Is there any color I don't have? I don't think so. Different colors of red, pinks. I won't do all of them. There's 10 billion in here.
Listen, guys, I got to get going. It's almost 1:30 in the morning here. I just realized.
I will show that one. That
Right
one,
on, my brother.
Very nice.
that
Thank
one
you.
is Montana Sapphire, pink sapphire.
Thank you for being up here, JM.
Yeah, no problem. It's always good. I got to shut her down though. Hope everyone has a good week and
See you possibly next Sunday.
yeah, silver broke 34, but right now I see 33.98. So it's still holding on to its gains.
Let me put this one in here.
Have a good week, everyone. Ciao.
You as well, my friend.
Let me put this in here. I don't want to lose that. I got to find the top. So
Look at
that's probably
that.
it.
Damn, that motherfucker doesn't want to stay put. All right, yeah, I'm gonna end this stream. Thank you, everybody. Independent Mini, I'd like to talk with you backstage if you do not mind. Spin to the top link. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream right now. Thank you, Nickel, for showing up and showing these jewels. I will be talking to you. Thank you, JM, and for everyone else for showing up. And I'm gonna end the stream right now. It's been 4.5 hours.
Okay.
Hey, thank you, Magic. Thank you for showing up, my brother. You guys have a good week.